Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Sorry we waited on 0 seconds there for a second. I was looking at the bracket. Because we have the Back to Warcraft Weekly Cup number 178. Can you believe it? It's the third and final week of qualifiers for the end of February finals. Can you believe it? So far, what do we have? Dice and Shaymiko qualified. We have one last finalist that will make it. And then, of course, the 3 runners-up will be rounding out the 6 players that we have at the end of the month on... what, the 22nd will that be? Yeah, next Sunday will be the 22nd, so the last one. If you haven't signed up, then you're probably not getting in for the finals. So I'm going to finish living the bracket really quick. Techo signed up and then removed himself from the bracket immediately, which is terrifying. To think that Techo could have been the last seed, but he's not in the bracket anymore. We're going to process the check-in results. We're going to start the group stage. Everyone, bracket is live. Look. Okay. There's that. And we're all good. Yeah, we are all good. Okay. I almost thought for a second it was a double elimination. What's up, Zach? What's up, Rogtar? What's up, Ulialator? What's up, Norbiax? What's up, Ernstrom? How you guys doing? Hello, Taco. You decided to not play Taco. Feels like 177 was just last Sunday. I know, right? Feels like it was just a week ago. All right, here is our bracket. Not that many signups, but some pretty high-level players, as always. A lot of people. Surprisingly, a lot of these names haven't won the last 2 cups. It just shows, you know, maybe the level of players that we had in the previous 2. Here's the bracket. We got Starbuck versus Div Stay Le, one of the players that, being Starbuck, that haven't made it through yet. Actually lost last week to Che Miko. We have Mr. Winner versus Saginash. We got Lucifer versus Sepultur. We have Soya versus Prost. We have HawK versus City Go. We have Aspect versus Zelenikai, Sonik Dark Dragon, and Death Note versus Ashara Queen. So just a clean 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16 player bracket's perfect, right? Classic little 16-player bracket. You only really need to win 2 matches. The top 4 from this upper part of the bracket will qualify, and the top 4 from the bottom part of the bracket will qualify for the finals, which will end up being best of 3s. So we're going to eliminate half the players here, and then half will make it into the top 8. What do we start with? I was leaning towards Death Note's match. Could also see maybe Zelenikai's match. What is Prost's MMR? He is about 1804. What's Sepultur's? He's 1800 versus Lucifer. My call. I hold all the power here, eh? All the power in the goddamn world. Saginash also. I mean, him versus Mr. Winner could be pretty cool. This is a close. I mean, that is seed 9 and 10. This is probably the closest MMR-wise. Mr. Winner's been delivering recently, too. Let's see who's posting games in the Discord. Mr. Winner's been added. Maybe we can go with the Mr. Winner game. We could also go with the Lucifer game. It'd be fun to see Lucifer. Who's he going to potentially play? I don't think it really matters because regardless, the next round matches are all going to be really good. Let's go with Mr. Winner versus Saginash. We saw him in the chat. And they're both pretty even MMR, so that's going to be fun. Let me at them. Team name went ready, please. And that was he the guy that beat like 2 pro players last week? There was someone that came out of nowhere and beat 2 pros. I don't know if it was him or not. Beat like Pato and one other and Lucifer or something. What's up, Rugby? How's it going? It was him? Okay, yeah, this is worth watching then. Gotta keep an eye on this guy, you know? He's owning everybody. Okay. Versus Mr. Winner. Would that actually be a human mirror, though, too? Oh, whatever. We can watch a human mirror. Not like we're gonna have any other human mirrors today, right? What else is there? There could also be Lucifer's match as well. Sonik added or responded to Dark Dragon's message, telling him the game name with the technologist emoji, which is a guy holding an iPad in front of his face, really close. Cool, Sonik. Would you misread it as Doom? Hello, Doom. Yes, we ran out of coffee in our house, so I had to DoorDash coffee. How much did 3 coffees cost, you might ask me? Maybe $15. Yep. Yeah, maybe $15. But I had $8.28 in DoorDash credit, so it didn't actually cost me that much. And now that the DoorDash credit is gone, my hands are clean. I've washed the blood away. I'm never ordering on DoorDash ever again in my life, okay? Okay? There, I said it. I admitted it. Cards on the table. Good luck, Dark Dragon. Good luck. But yes. The coffee itself was $5 for 3 of them, and the total charge was $15. It's incredible, right? What an incredible world we live in, where people can just make money out of nothing, you know? Blood from a stone, you know what I mean? Let me close some tabs. increase, paying high upkeep. I know, dude. What the hell? I just want a coffee in the morning. Ah, it's good stuff. It's a good world. It's a good world. So just keeping an eye on some other games. We're probably just going to commit to this game. Human Mirror, but then we can say we got that out of the way. There's going to be a lot of different matchups. There's some more Night Elf players today than last week. The map pool's probably acceptable enough for Starbuck to play Orc today. Boulder Vale, Concealed Hill, Northern Isles, Tidehunters, Turtle Rock. So we'll probably see some Starbuck Orc. And then we should also check the points at some point today to make sure that we know who the top 6 are coming out of last week. I guess it will come down to who actually wins today. Mr. Winner really icing his opponent right now, not joining the game. What a legend. Remember when food delivery apps came out and they weren't highway robbery? Now you get $7 of service fees that don't include a tip. I know, right? Are they not profitable? Or are they just getting as much as they're... I guess that's how economies work, though, right? They charge as much as people are willing to pay. So, I mean, it's your guys' fault. Okay? It's your fault. It's my fault. But, you know. Oh, Mr. Winner said hello. Hello. Exclamation point. Okay, they're both in the game. We're going to watch this. This is going to be our game to start. We need to put our foot down and not order 15 coffees. $15 coffees, okay? That's how we fix this world. Dang nabbit. Starbuck Orc is great content. Yeah, I always look forward to Starbuck Orc. Well, because there's no other Orc players. I'm looking at the bracket right now. There is not... Okay, Undead, Human, Elf, 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 not sure, Human, Elf, not sure, Undead, Human, not sure, Starbuck. So there might be... There's a potential that Prost or Sepultor is an Orc player, but I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, a lot of the time Starbuck is literally not even the only high MMR Orc, but like the only Orc player. So that's why it's nice to see, you know? Not because I'm an Orc player or nothing. It's because there is no Orc players, you know? Alright, Mr. Winner versus Saginash. Saginash. Mr. Winner obviously needs no introduction, but Saginash defeated... It was Edo and Pato last week, right? Was that who he beat? It was a South American elf player. I think it was Pato. On Echo Isles, and they defeated Edo in a game that we didn't see. But the Saginash versus Pato game is on the VOD from last week. So let's see. Let's see if he could repeat it. Did he make it into the top 8 as well? Because of that, I don't think we ended up watching his best of 3, but still a really good run from him. Then the upper left of Tidehunters for our first game of the day is going to be Mr. Winner with the Archmage. Saginash in the bottom right. Yes, it's a human mirror, but I wanted to see how this guy's second week now goes. Saginash from he's from Kazakhstan. Similar to Lamai. He lost to Death Note, right? Okay, yes, it's all coming back to me. I don't play Orc. Is Orc just that unpopular across the board? At the level that is incentivized to play this tournament, actually Undead is probably the least played. But then Orc would be second least played. When you get up to like the top pros, there is a lot more Orc players, obviously. I mean, we could just name all the best Orc players. But I'd say around the medium MMR for this tournament is like 1900, 2K, something around there. Around that MMR, it's a lot less Undead players and Orc players to an extent. Sort of how it goes. But I guess at every MMR, there's a lot more Elf players, though, right? Even at Pro. Lab creep for both. Going to be spinning the roulette wheel, of course. The item can make a big difference for the early games. We want +6 intelligence. And probably nothing else, really. Ring of the Archmagi could be good. Squelch the Loss, not ideal, but Ring of the Archmagi for Saginash is going to be fantastic. Anything for extra auto attack plus extra water elementals in the early game is what you want to look for. Similar creep routes, more or less evenly paced as well.
A player's forces are under attack.
And Mr. Winter gets... It's hard to say, is gauntlets or slippers better for an Archmage? Some players would say the attack speed from the slippers is better. Some players would just say, give me more HP, but in general, probably the slippers. So Saginash gets the better drop both times. And we're probably going to see Militia, towards the Sea Giant camp for both players. Mr. Winter called Militia a little bit earlier. But still, at the end of the day, the result is the same. Both are going to be level 3. And both will not successfully pick up their items, which is why Saginash is kind of beelining it to that camp, because if you see your opponent in the middle of the map get level 3, you know they've pretty much militia crept this camp, so item, ring on the ground. Might even be worth it sometimes to research backpack, but who really knows? Is this base just wide open? Mr. Winter always does tend to be a little bit more defensive in this matchup. Calls a lot of militia. Seems to have more footmen as well. Tech is now started for Mr. Winter. Not yet started on the other side. Footmen all taking a lot of damage, but Mr. Winter at what, 6 footmen versus 5, with a 6th on the way for Saginash, but it seems like Mr. Winter just has a lot more healthy footmen currently. 3 of them at least are topped up on HP. Still need to see some boots of speed, maybe a circlet purchase from the shop. I don't think Mr. Winter realized his item had gotten stolen there. He's going for his patented double tower in the main. Both players really focusing on the footman as opposed to focusing on the Archmage. Generally, if you watch, like, if we were to, for instance, see Starbuck versus Chaemiko today playing Human Mirror, you'd be seeing a lot more auto attacks on the Archmage. Maybe going for the guaranteed footman kills as opposed to the not likely Archmage kill. Better way to play the early game for these guys.
A player's forces are under attack.
Look at all the low HP footmen. For both players, which are both now going to go for a shop as well. Tech's 20 seconds desynced, but not really going to make a huge difference. It's more going to come down to how much damage he can take, or if he loses any militia at all. Still do need to see a shop for Mr. Winter, and the longer the Saginash sticks around here, the longer that shop is going to be delayed, which makes healing a lot more tricky. You're going to have to wait for priests if you don't have a shop. And of course, you want your footman to be healthy by the time the MK comes out, so then you can start creeping right away, and blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying.
A player's forces are under attack.
This footman a little bit AFK. Mr. Winter. Gonna lose. I think that might actually be the first footman to properly die. Item stolen from Mr. Winter. That's a ring as well from the Sea Giant camp. Is this new match? Are you asking if this is a replay or not? This is happening before our eyes. This is happening right now. Welcome to the world.
A player's forces are
This is
under
it.
attack.
Or something. Shop is being built and scouted. I don't think it'll be delayed that much. Mr. Winter really power building it. Doesn't he get his Sanctums up soon? I guess he goes tier 3. That seems to be his style. It's kind of what he's played for like 15 years, isn't it? And there's the tier 3. Saginash is going to go for the double Sanctum, which is the standard approach in this matchup. Tier 2 expansion is the way that most people play it. Mr. Winter has his own unique style that he's kind of maintained consistently. That's a really fast heal scroll, Jesus. What is the point of that? Guess we'll see. Maybe he realizes Mr. Winter's going to go for some sort of tier 3 play, and he's going to go for a big all-in with the first few priests. I don't know. All I know is that is a very early heal scroll. Crystal Ball, will it be used right away? Not yet. And of course, this is probably the best matchup to creep level 4 Archmage. There's the Crystal Ball, seeing the tier 3. Sees the single Sanctum, so he probably can eliminate mass Griffins at least. When you see one Sanctum, you're going to skew more so towards Knight Mortar team. Priest. That's some good creeping as well. Probably going to be that expansion timing now. We see the resources working out quite well. Mr. Winter kind of just giving up the bottom side of the map. I know boots by both of them. Boots are kind of like a
player's forces are under attack.
What would be the term? Like a Cold War, you know? Or like a game of chicken, in a way. Like, if one player gets boots, the other player has to get boots, but if neither do, then it's kind of alright. But I do think, in general, boots are better. They just both kind of fought around, like, here, where the footmen were easily microed back, and you couldn't really chase any footmen down and actually get the kills with the boots of speed. But, of course, the upside of getting them is that you can then pass them to the Mountain King, which is always good in this matchup. But, either player went for him. Remember the days when there was only one Boots of Speed? That was interesting. That's why everyone used to race for Boots of Speed, because it was such an advantage to only one player having them in the early game, when there was only one shop on maps. Like, I guess in the past it was really only Echo Isles, but there's, what, 3 maps in the pool now with only a single shop? I think 3? Is there 4? No, just 3, right? And Mr. Winter roaming around. In theory, the red camp on this side is more valuable than the red camp on this side, but that red camp is a lot more difficult to creep, so most people at this point in the game tend to just go to this side, because there's so many more things that are doable with a small early tier 2 army. But Mr. Winter, like I said earlier, just kind of gave up this whole side of the map. He's now going to come in just in time to not cancel the tower. If the repair is there, this should be an easy peasy hold for Saginash. Yes, they're just trading town portals. But I mean, Saginash already got all 3 camps. Like, this is just not winnable for Mr. Winter, right? There's just surely no way. Another heal scroll was purchased? No, that was pushed on vulnerability. No town portal. 62 supply. Maybe confident knowing that Mr. Winter also doesn't have a town portal, but he's got 2 knights, I guess? Getting some upgrades. See how this works out. A lot of militia being called, but the kiting is going to be very, very easy for the player with the sorceresses. Mr. Winter only, what, with 1 priest, with adept training, sure, but still a ways away from Inner Fire. Tri-Hero is going to help out Mr. Winter. Also, Staff is already purchased, but we're just starting to set up all the slows. And the longer this fight takes, which human mirror fights take a long time, which everybody knows, the better it's going to be for Saginash with that expansion to his back. As a Kazakhstan flag, Grand Port. Mr. Winter now leveled up to level 4. That aura, very, very useful. We need a lot of dispels. Pressure on the Paladin can be staffed out, though. Won't benefit from that aura, of course. Is that a push on vulnerability? Yeah, does not have Divine Shield. Okay, 1 bolt. Is he finally going to kill something? Heal scroll to save the priest. Mr. Winter is getting bullied right now. Paladin got level 2. A 3rd knight is on the way. And once the knight numbers get up to like 3, 4, 5, that's when it starts to get scary for the breakers. Look how fast they're already dying. Staff out on the Paladin, perhaps. Trying to save that staff as long as he can. He should use it, though. He's going to get bolted, and he just loses a paladin now. No, he has Divine Shield, of course. So really nicely done there from Mr. Winner. He was always known for his micro, wasn't he? That Mountain King is very much safe with the Onk. Has a potion of vulnerability when he comes back as well. Might get bolted again, though. No, there's no mana on either Mountain King. Staff was there used on a Knight. Holy Light there saves that Knight as well. But there's no Militia now. It's getting a lot more difficult for Mr. Winner. And the supply isn't going down for Saginash. He's still at 60. He actually got supply blocked, so that's why he's not even higher than that right now. Mountain King. We'll have to dodge the bolt if it comes in. It seems like he'll get away. See, this is where Boots of Speed will be helpful. We're starting to get some of the next matches. We have Death Note versus Sonik, Lucifer versus Soya. We can take our pick after that. Probably Lucifer versus Soya, right? Undead versus Elf? Probably we'll check that out after this match, which might be concluding pretty soon, because Mr. Winner is going to have to make this push count. Saginash can't help but think that if he wasn't supply blocked for so long during that last fight, he would have just had a way bigger supply lead, but currently he doesn't. And Mr. Winner building his 5th Knight right now. That's a lot of Knights. We only see 2 here, right? Okay, there's the 3rd. 4th, I imagine, is being healed up at home. Is there any Militia in defense? Doesn't look like it right now. Upgrade 0-0, Mr. Winner with 1-0. No kiting right now. Is Mr. Winner actually breaking this? It felt impossible at one point. Did he really just let him expo, let him creep this whole bottom side of the map, and then just sort of build Knights and kill him? There's no way this works, right? If so, we need a new meta in Human Mirror. Mr. Winner is showing us the way. Damage is piling up, but that's what staff is for. What's up, Shaker? How's it going, then? What's up, Jimmy? Is there a heal scroll? No heal scroll on either side right now. Town portal out for Mr. Winner, really? For what reason? Everything was healthy, Mr. Winner. Not oftentimes you see someone TP back home and you look at their army and it's like, oh, that knight was almost half HP. Strange choice, Mr. Winner. Very strange. I think he was just killing him here. Was he just dead? Well, Saginash now going to be resaturating that expansion when he remembers. Is that a crystal ball? Looks like that's an actual reveal from the lab. Mr. Winner wanted to get level 3 Paladin. Who can blame the guy? Some creeping. Oh, he never actually got this consumable. Never mind, he just crept a little bit. See some mortars. Yeah, that's typically the best answer against this sort of an army. Of course, fragmentation shards make mortar teams do extra damage against medium, as well as unarmored and light and all that, like they already did. So this whole army is countered by frag shard mortar teams. But Mr. Winner just continuing to build knights. He's got 6 knights with soon to be inner fire. Once the training finishes, and he's got to go. He's got Paladin level 3 now. He recovered some of his mana. Both players did. 74 versus 68. Mr. Winner is keeping up on supply. He could get another staff. It's off cooldown in his shop. Does he want to go back home for that? I think it would be a good choice for Mr. Winner to, for his last investment, to be another staff. He bought another town portal, which I don't think is necessary. Also got battle drums from the red camp. And we're DCing out. Hell yeah. Okay, they're not fighting right now, but if I lag, I'll leave. gonna have to check what server this is.
Forces are under attack.
Expansion, pressured. Bolt kills one peasant. This is just gonna be focused down. Will there be a TP? A full knight caught out of position. There is no town portal for Saginash, by the way. But that is a huge find. It's not easy to kill the knight when there's Paladin level 3, when there's Staff, when there's Priest, Inner Fire. Town portal back from Mr. Winter. The Blizzard retrain. Can be countered by Bolt, of course. But cannot be countered by magic immunity. Nothing in the army for Mr. Winter is magic immune. Clap level 2 as well. He was holding on to that for a while. Still has to keep kiting. Cannot tank with the breakers. Just can't happen. Oh, Blizzard was canceled there, I think. Where's the next clap? Uses a bolt. Has a greater mana as well. See the damage piling on now. Look at the Archmage difference adding up. Paladin's got a decent amount of mana for Mr. Winter. His shop did die in the meantime. Blizzard kind of missing a little bit of an airball there. One knight falls. Mountain King? Mountain King? Careful! Use the Potion of Vulnerability on time. But again, no TP to get out. A Zeppelin could be purchased. For either player, really. Mountain King's got a bolt. Potion of Vulnerability about to wear out. That's one knight going down. That's two more about to fall. It seems like Mr. Winter just doesn't have enough stuff. I mean, the expansion is dead, though. So technically, it's just a full tech advantage. Mr. Winter. Both players would love a heal scroll at this point. Staff is being used. Dispel on the slow. But he just sort of face tanked the knights the whole time. A little bit of kiting would have been going a long way. Now we're backing up maybe to the shop to get heal scroll. There's a bolt soon, or a level 2. Water elemental level 3 there. Scroll healing purchased. Bolt on the Sork instead of the Mountain King? Mountain King couldn't have been more out of position. He bolts the Sork. Invis now used. This is a much better position for Saginash, but still. 59 versus 50. I need to see him re-expand here, unfortunately. I think that's the only way he can come back. If he can find the resources, but I don't think he's going to be able to, being broken in upkeep already. Bolt at an Invis level 5 Mountain King. Will that be Bolt level 3 or Clap level 3? Another knight goes down. Mr. Winter overextending a little bit, maybe too confident here. Bolt again. Did Holy Light that, but Breakers will finish it pretty easily. Really quite the tug of war. Main base is going to be out soon. 1,500 versus 16, so that's 2 minutes of mining, more or less, for both players. So keep an eye on this when it reaches around the 22-minute mark. That's when we're in full panic mode resource-wise. Level 6 almost online for the Red Archmage. Of course, the slight advantage, I suppose, of only being on 2 heroes. Mr. Winter just banking the last of his gold. Double Potion of Vulnerability for Saginash, and he pushes again. Needs to do some kiting. Bolt counters the Blizzard. Bolt kills a Priest. Breakers can't sit there in front of the Knights. Look how quickly they all die. Look, these ones are about to die now, too. Knights just really do well against Breakers. 10 mana for a Bolt. But already that 10 mana is down to 0. So this Mountain King's got to be careful. This Winter's going to bolt this Sork. Okay, the Priest does go down. Another Knight falls. There's level 6. Does he go Aura? Yeah, he immediately goes Aura level 3. We're not even going to try to go for any mass teleport plays. With Invis, though, I feel like Mass TP could be good. Invis a Priest, send it back here, TP back here, force the fight in a really strange location. Quite the game, though, actually. I mean, as far as human mirrors go, I think this is what most people hope for. We're reaching that 22-minute mark. We're down to a couple hundred gold for both. Less than a minute. Recovering our mana. Mr. Winter just chilling. Is he still banking? No, he has broken upkeep now. We haven't really seen a lot of inner fire this game, have we? It's still good to get master training even if you don't use inner fire, obviously. More health and mana on your priests, but interesting, we haven't seen any. At least on like the Archmage or something that isn't going to get slowed. Insert again. Clap level 3 as well, or Bolt level 3 I suppose, but Clap level 2 is still doing a lot of damage. Mr. Winter, he seemed hopeless at points, so I'm not going to discredit him here. Even though his whole army's slowed and the AoE's doing a lot of damage. We just noticed the difference in Archmage DPS. An extra, what, 8,000 now on the red Archmage. An extra 3,000 on the Mountain King that has Clap. Oh, the Blizzard on the Priests. Pretty damn good job. There's one potion of vulnerability left. And no mass TP, so no way to get out of here. Militia come in. These are the gold peasants, I believe. Oh, that Archmage is doing a lot of damage. Blizzard again. Mountain King's almost level 6. I mean, slowly he's getting there. Bolt kills another knight. Breaker count at 7 still. Supply is even, more or less. 2 more breakers are being produced with the last of the gold. Claws plus 8 sold. Everything is sold for a heal scroll. He does use it on the Mountain King there. I think Mr. Winter is getting outlasted here a little bit. It's a spell on the water elementals. It's also the advantage of playing Double Sanctum. You tend to have more priests. And the Blizzard is landing huge. Mr. Winter just doesn't have the luxury of being able to go Blizzard himself. Mountain King almost gets surrounded there, but there was staff at the time of the surround being a threat. $54 versus 45. Mountain King go out to get level 6 here. One more kill, I think, will do it. They're out of gold. This is it. 80 gold versus 78. And Mr. Winter certainly cannot long distance mine. Does either player have peasants? There's 4 peasants somewhere. Right there. And 0 for Mr. Winter. It could come down to a hero loss. Especially on the side of Saginash because he doesn't have staff or Holy Light. So if he loses the MK, if he loses the Archmage, he just flat out loses the game. Without a Mountain King, his whole army would eventually die to just Tri-Hero, most likely. And just like this, Mountain King's stuck. He doesn't have the mana for the ultimate despite leveling up, and there's a surround. There's no way. Invis, maybe? Because he has it, but he doesn't use it. It would have got dispelled anyway. Paladin's low, but again, without that Mountain King, he's going to lose his whole army to Tri-Hero. Mr. Winter with the genius plays there. That's why they always called him the genius of Warcraft III, Mr. Winter. They've been calling him that for 15 years. But good play, good micro, good surround. When it seemed like he wasn't going to be able to win the fight, there's no way back. You know, you got to sell everything to alter revive the Mountain King. I don't think you're ever going to afford a Tavern Revive. There's no creeps left on the map. The Blizzard does a lot. Archmage is at 38,000 damage. That's a lot of damage. That's a whole lot of damage. You don't often see a hero get to 40k damage. Even in a game that's 26 minutes, you don't often see it.
A player's forces are under attack.
Mountain King is not being rebuilt right now. Archmage, Potion of Vulnerability. Doesn't matter. GG is called, and it was a GG. Mr. Winter delivers again. Let's try Saginash. She's going to go to the lower bracket. But that was a damn good human mirror. All right, let's jump into another game right away. Lucifer versus Soya, I think we're just going to jump into. Against Saginash, though, I mean, he's not the favorite in that matchup. He's down by almost 200 MMR, so that was, again, another well-played game from him. Upper bracket round 2. Lucifer. Soya. Why you constantly attack? He is down attack, so you kind of have to keep fighting. Especially when you're, you know, the one with Sorks, and you have to keep kiting and fighting and all that. Yeah, mortar teams would have helped, no doubt. I mean, but it's easier said than done to just keep the mortar teams alive, you know?
A player's forces are under attack.
All right, we're gonna jump into the next game. Right now. What cost him the game was not kiting with Sork, was clap at standing. Yeah, the face tanking on the breakers, no doubt. A little bit more kiting. But I mean, that Archmage 40k damage. It's pretty good. Alright, upper left is Soya going with the Demon Hunter. Crept the first camp. Lucifer in the bottom right of Tidehunters yet again. Gonna go for the, at least, an attempted fast expo. Finds the Wisp, coils the Wisp. This doesn't always have to mean it's an expansion, especially with a player like Lucifer. He's sometimes tricky. Demon Hunter is going to come straight across, but he didn't grab the item and run straight across. He crept the whole camp and then ran here, so he's late. But not too late. He's going to hit Mortars, Sorks, Mountain King, and Water Elementals if there isn't a Blizzard retrain. Death Knight out of mana. But Lucifer just trying to get this Ziggurat up. That's all that matters. There is a Tree of Life coming up already. And this isn't a secret to Lucifer. He knows the clock is already running against him. He wants to finish this creep camp, get the Ziggurat up, and get across the map as quickly as possible to attempt to cancel the Tree of Life, which is still possible right now. If he goes right now, straight cross map, with level 2, he might be able to cancel it. It's never a guarantee. Don't creep this. This is a mistake from Soya. He's just gonna... This tree's just gonna get canceled now. He needs to be defensive. He wants level 2 because he has mana burn. He doesn't have immolation right now. But this tree... It just is canceled.
A player's forces are under attack.
Hunter got level 2. But yeah, couple fundamental mistakes from Soya already in this game. We're only 4 minutes in, but not grabbing item and going straight across, and then not, you know, playing to defend that tree as much as he should have. Cost him. Lucifer's in a great position. Archers were looking for a gold mine cancel, which is a nice idea, but Lucifer doesn't quite have the resources yet. He actually teched, so this was a fake expo. But if it was a real expo, it probably would have been better for him because, okay, Soya is rebuilding the Tree of Life. If it was a real expo, it would have been better for him because he managed to cancel the Tree of Life, which is just going to put him a base up, but he gifted the Wisp too early. Yeah, as well as losing the Wisp, which is almost a forgivable mistake because there's a lot of multitasking in the early game for Elf in that situation, but Demon Hunter should grab the item and run across right away, every time. That's just what you do in this matchup. That's how you play it. Inexcusably how you play it, every time. He's away. Lucifer, okay, he teched, and now he's going for the expo. This is just wonky play, but it will line up where when his tech is done, in 80 seconds, the gold mine will be finished. What do you know? In about 80 seconds, and then he can just saturate it from his Halls of the Dead. So it looks a little bit all over the place, but it's actually a very precise build from Lucifer. Tree of Life this time around was not canceled. So it will be 2-base, 2-base, albeit a little bit later than the standard game. There's a Staff of Teleportation, so no chance of Soya losing his demon. And the expo's already been crept, so these ghouls really won't be able to do much. Lucifer's most likely just going to lose ghouls for this move. It would be an absolute miracle if he managed to kill the Tree of Life here. It's not going to happen. But pressure is good if you can kill some archers. It's worth the while. Demon Hunter did not go for immolation, by the way. So he crept that turtle camp and didn't even prioritize immolation. Maybe if he had to defend the Tree of Life, if he was able to, he would have, but now going for Mana Burn Evasion. Naga immediately going to be surrounded. Okay, misses the surround, and now there's the opportunity to transfer the Staff of Teleportation, so Lucifer going to run away. Another ghoul, I think that was 2 in total, have died. And a third will probably, given the speed of this Demon Hunter. Oh, another one actually going to die as well. Is this Naga surrounded? No, but taking a lot of damage. Need to be careful with that. Naga picked up now for Lucifer. A little unorthodox, but does make sense in this situation. Lets the Naga run away with 1 HP. The aura should make up the difference. A deny maybe could happen. Does have aura on the DK, so the DK will get this kill. But the ghouls are just dying in the meantime. Only 7 ghouls left with what was maybe 12 or 13 earlier. And Macro back at home. Altar was late, so the tier 3 tech was delayed, but he also had to build extra acolytes before he could tech to tier 3. For Soya, he is tier 2, double lore, and would like a Shredder most likely, but he currently hasn't crept that lab and has no Ancient of War in position to creep the lab. That was a Staff of Teleportation onto the AOW to stop the Ogre Magi creep. Lucifer sent all of his ghouls back home because his lumber was hurting a little bit, so he's going to want to keep those 7 ghouls on lumber for quite a while now. Even though 5 is all you need on 2 base, he wants the extra lumber because he overpulled them a little bit in the early game. So because of this, Soya has a little bit more map control. No threat of being surrounded or losing archers or anything like that, so he's going to be able to steal that consumable, Wand of Mana stealing, and Lucifer. Second crypt, and what will soon be a second slaughterhouse, I have to imagine, coming online. Yeah, there it is. So there's the tier 3 attack. I worry about his lumber a little bit. He does have... He's only got 6 lumber. What's the Demon Hunter? Okay, he bought a potion of vulnerability, thank God. He was just dead there if he didn't. You don't want to have to burn that like he did, but he took so much damage creeping. Jesus. One way to almost lose the game right there. Luckily, he bought the potion. Imagine if Lucifer had a potion of mana. This dog has crazy items. Hold up a second. But now the Death Knight, okay, gets denied. Now that was an exchange. Was this a potion of invisibility? No. Staff of Teleportation to get out. Soya preemptively buys the dust, which is a good idea from him, even though he had the crystal ball. But I think everyone thought he was going to buy an invis pot there.
A player's forces are under attack.
And got out of position. It seemed like it was Lucifer with the control, but then Death Knight overextended a little bit. This Naga has insane items. Just could have used some Boots of Speed, maybe, at some point. Tier 3 is done, but now the altar's clogged up. You cannot get the Lich just yet. But the timing's still looking crispy for Lucifer, I feel like. He doesn't have the biggest of banks, though. Jesus. You normally want to have a little bit more gold than this. And Soyma's tier 3. Yeah, I feel like Soyma's going to have more than enough time to get an orb, get Potom 3rd, get some bears out with Master Training. There's the first rejuve. Careful of the priest. Will do that to the rejuve. Death Knight gonna be out soon. Lich will follow. We got Parry Up to Vitality. Maybe okay for the Lich. When you have a lower level hero, it's nice to have a parry up early on them. An Ancient Wind coming up. Are we gonna get a Potom 3rd? I feel like typically that's how this matchup is played. Staff and Orb purchased by the Naga. Ancient Wind coming up, which is maybe a little bit early, in my opinion, but we're regardless. Soya does have some time due to that Death Knight kill. Lucifer has broken upkeep. 11.5 minutes, and he's going to be pushing pretty soon. That's not a bad timing. Using Cannibalize. Nice to see he's always getting value out of that. It's only 50 gold. And ideally, we'd love to creep some of the consumables, but it's scary to go so far away from your expansion. Even though, you know, it's pretty well fortified. Honors. Scouts, nice positioning. Wanted to creep this again, but Jens would be creeping this already. See, that's the thing. If Soya had just confidently immediately ran here and started creeping it, he would have had the time. But it's super scary. But then you hesitate a little bit, and then you're like, I'll scout just to make sure. And then by the time you've scouted, they're like leaving their base, and you're like, well, they're leaving their base now, so certainly I can't creep it now. And like, what do you know? He could have crept both the turtle and the red camp if he was just immediately going there after the Null Overseer, but it's tough to make that call. That's what sometimes separates some players. And no staff, no push and vulnerability. Again, just an immediate hero loss. And the bears are all dying to the Destros, and is there a better start to a timing than what we just saw? Naga's gonna have to be Tavern Revived. And no Priestess third. Oopsie doopsie. Demon Hunter comes in. Yeah, just hero was out of position. Simple as that. Demon Hunter used the heal scroll. Potion of healing. Rejuve. Rejuve devoured. Potion already used. Moonwell's hard to say where the proper positioning for them is, but they seem a little bit inaccessible right now. All the bears are dead. This is just Lucifer's game. Made it look super easy with this timing. Staff of Teleportation now so he can get in range of those Moonwells. First Talon is out, but Lucifer wins with the timing. Just if the Naga wasn't dead right away, who knows? But we never will. Lucifer is qualified now. Soya has another chance in the lower bracket. All right, there's our first two games. We'll take a look at the bracket. So we do have a few more games before we have our top 8. So Mr. Winner's playing Starbuck. Lucifer qualifies, HawK qualifies, Death Note qualifies, Sonik down to the lower bracket against Saginash, which could be interesting. Human versus Elf there. Aspect versus Pross, Soya versus Zelenikai now. And Ashar is waiting for either Starbuck or Mr. Winner. So this will end up being the last match, most likely, once there's a result from here. So maybe we'll watch Sonik, the Sonik game. It could be fun. Let me add this. Lower bracket round 2. And they're playing on Titaners as well. What's up, Arcade? How's it going? Thank you for the 39 months. How you doing? Appreciate that. How about Gamba? Oh, yeah, sure. Well, I forgot. I meant to do it for the first match. And then you kindly didn't message again until the second match was over as to not pester me. Even though it would have been pestering because I actually just forgot I meant to do it. I'll do it for the top 8. I'll do it for the best of 3s. Because I completely forgot. I was AFK? Oh, okay. Okay. Well, you know. Yeah. My bad. A lot of moving parts here, all right? There's a lot of screens going on, you know? Oh, I did that wrong. Okay, so Tidehunters, Sonik versus Saginash. Winner will be qualified. for the top 8. The best of 3s. Maybe we'll get a different map eventually, but it seems like Tidehunter is the most neutral of the 5 that we have. The bat pool's pretty good this week, though, to be fair. Sometimes I meme on it. Did you change your lighting setup? Did I change my lighting setup? No, it is nice outside, though, and I have a very big window right there. So it's not always just my lighting itself. Sometimes it's just the room changes. Don't have the darkest of streaming rooms. My bedroom. Sonik in the upper left going for the ward in Saginash. I think he likes the one footman into rifleman into all-in sort of deal. And that's exactly what he's doing right now. Kills a wisp. And is he going to kill the Ancient Ward? This would be a huge loss. Does he look very bright today? Yeah, the weather's been pretty nice. And it's very sunny outside.
A player's forces are under attack.
Mage taking some damage. Ancient Ward did live. But Sonik is still tier 1. Like, even if he kills the Archmage, sure, it's great. But if he uses all his mana and a ton of time in the early game, I feel like the human's going to be totally fine with this. He's teching already. Rifleman's got to be careful not to get caught out. But Mr. Winner, Sonic's got the difficult task of, like, do I kill the Archmage? Do I go for the Rifleman? It's going to take one more Shadow Strike to actually kill the Archmage, which is going to be all of his mana once it regenerates enough. I'd say this is a success for the human. You could argue against this maybe and say, well, you know, Sonik has nothing better to do right now, but he's going to go into the creeps. I feel like that's a little bit early, but denies the experience, gets all of his mana with that last water elemental. Pretty impressive stuff. Pretty optimal. Could have maybe delayed a little bit longer, but then where would he have denied the Archmage into? Sonik gonna waste no time creeping this. I feel like he could have prepped this well chasing that Archmage, but not everything could be perfect now, can it? Sonik with 4 well tech. So his tier 2 100 seconds away. Saginash 50 seconds away. And then what I've seen him do before, of course, is a Fire Lord second, but it could also be Dark Ranger with Life Drain. Could be a lot of things. Naga, maybe. Probably not, though, against Shadow Strike. I always do like Fire Lord with Incinerate. I think it's underrated. People don't quite realize just how much that does to Elf, having Incinerate damage stack on a hero.
A player's forces are under attack.
One and only footman going to be killed, but it was just used to scout. Sonik going to keep on creeping.
Player's forces are under attack.
Level 3 now on Sonic's Warden, which is pretty good on the still under-leveled Archmage, but he did get some nice tank items. That's probably ideal. The ring, sure, doesn't work against Shadow Strike, but the parry up, weirdly enough, the perfect scenario to get it. The Rifleman take a lot of damage. First Priest not yet here. He does go for the Paladin second, actually. Wasn't expecting that. Sonik now goes for the Naga. Holy Light saves that Rifleman. It does make a lot of sense, though, the Paladin. Shadow Strike, Holy Light. The Priest is here. He could save this Rifleman. Warden taking a whole lot of damage. And you know what? Sonik invests a lot of health and mana into that. The priest is going to recover all the damage taken. He could creep a camp and recover HP. That's the strength of priests and Brilliance Aura. That's a lot of archers for Sonik. Honestly, Sonik, I don't know what his chances are here. He's kind of getting owned. One archer going down. Warden gonna have to suck up those moonwells a little bit. And now already the militia coming in. We're seeing a lot more paladin second, aren't we, these days? Didn't we see all paladin second for fortitude versus, was it Soin? Was it Focus recently? All 3 games, Archmage Paladin. I'm not talking Pally Rifles, right? Archmage Paladin. Shadow Strike again, but again, Priest Heal counters. Fan of Knives, not so easily countered by Priests, obviously, but when it's just single target damage, the Paladin might finally be going down. There it is. And that's a lot of archers that aren't being dealt with so easily. A TP probably should have been used right away after the Paladin goes down, but how do you heal up the Warden? Almost dead. One more auto attack would have done it. That was another Rifleman dying in the meantime, though. Potion, Moonstone, Potion of Mana as well. Paladin's going to be back in 12 seconds, but another Rifleman goes down. Shadow Strike going to kill another. Sorik blink away. He doesn't even TP out. Jesus, Sonik. He's got just mass archers right now. He does have a single lore for a bear eventually, but he just kind of out-micros him a little bit, doesn't he? Still, the sustain might be running out, but the unit count is getting dangerously low for Saginash right now. I like the timing, I like the idea, I like the early game, but maybe just needed a little bit cleaner micro in this push, unfortunately. Paladin is here. Warden got level 4. At least it's not level 5. Anything but close to level 6 Warden is what you want. Next Shadow Strike online. A lot of archers have died. Tower's now coming up. It's not entirely over, because Sonik has no easy way of healing. He doesn't have a bear yet. He's only now getting adept training. Oh, sorry, no, he is going to have a rejuve. I thought he didn't actually have a bear out yet, but he will have one. He'll have one singular rejuvenation. And now the Warden in tip-top shape. AP is, but it's been up for a while, actually. And Mana Pot. Slow is saving the Archmage for a little bit, but this is going to be a TP. Paladin is actually out and running across, but it's going to have to be a Town Portal if you don't want to lose the Archmage. TP's out. Does TP out. Oh, not in time for the Paladin to be there. Now the Archmage is just dead. And... oh, actually, Shadow Strike lasted. Not long enough. But all the towers are being cancelled. Warden chasing down the last Rifleman. Paladin is here. Arcane Tower. It's really good, but it won't live for that long. Is there any world in which Sonik runs out of sustain here? No, he's just keeping the bears in the back so he can go back to the Well of Rejuvenations. Warden, just gotta be careful. Did he just detonate his own rejuve? Doesn't matter. Shadow Strike with the blink. There is a Holy Light. And imagine without the parry up and the Ring of Superiority. Imagine a world. Archmage trying to get to a Zeppelin. It will be ensnared, but he gets in the Zeppelin before the ensnare lands, and that's all he wanted to do. And actually, will the Zeppelin live? No. It crashes, and the Warden blinks out. Was the only play he had available to him to try to keep that Archmage alive, so it makes sense, but unfortunately it was always going to get ensnared. Could he have Force Seance there? Can you do that somehow? Like aggro the creeps? I don't think he had the time, and Sonic has lots of time to play this tournament today because he's qualified now. Nice try to Saginash. Like, he played 2 players higher MMR than himself, and they were both really, really competitive games. So, well done. Very well done today again. But that is Sonic qualified, and I think we pretty much got everybody now. So that's Sonic. I gotta do some adminning real quick. Give me a second. All right, 1 second, everybody. Okay, there we go. Here is the final stage. So I'll be best of 3. Here is our bracket. Oh, Zelenika actually made it. Who did he beat? Wait a second. He beat Soima? Alright. Let's go, Zelenika. Wow. So here's our final stage. So we have Starbuck versus Sonic, Lucifer versus Mr. Winner or Ajara Queen. We're waiting for their match to be played over here. I just sort of put this result in early so that we could, this match is still being played, so that we could start this stage. So Lucifer will wait for his opponent. Death Note versus Aspect, and HawK versus Selenikai. I mean, Sonic versus Starbuck, right? We're gonna watch that best of 3, of course. We're gonna watch that. Let me make this match best of 3 quarterfinals. Gambit time, yes, let's do it. Let's do it. Who will win this best of 3? Will it be Starbuck playing human or Sonic? Let's look it up. Hell yeah, Kami. Zelenikai is probably announced with a CH as in chew, which means green tea. Zelenichai. Oh, yeah, green tea, yeah. But Zelenikai sounds more like anime, you know what I mean? And that's what I think what he's going for. You know? Giga Chad. Alrighty, human versus elf. Of course, we just saw this matchup with Sonic involved, but this should be a much different sort of game. For starters, it's a best of 3. For seconds, it's Starbuck. For thirds, it's not Tide Hunters. It's finally a different map. It's Turtle Rock. So let's jump in. Get your predictions in now. Right now. Right now. Actually, you have like 40 seconds left. Here we go. I called this bottom left last week and someone got upset with me. So in the 528 position is Sonic. And in the 1052 position is Starbuck. Is that better? Is that better? Not even, this isn't 1052. If this is 9 o'clock, this is 9 o'clock. Then 15, 9:30. In the 9:45 position, here's Starbuck. Surely this isn't the upper left. You know, God forbid it's the upper left. Now, Turtle Rock, there's no close spawn anymore, but as for what spawn your opponent is, this side or this side or this side or this side, you actually do not know. So scouting still very, very necessary. Archmage for Mr. Starbuck and for Sonic. Going for the Tavern Hero. I think this could be a great map for Tavern Heroes, actually. Things like Firelord or Beastmaster just allow you to power creep a lot more. And the issue with Turtle Rock has always been just difficulty of creeps past like this camp and this camp. But if you can get something like a Beastmaster, which is what we see in the early game, to be able to creep things like these Gargantuans, like maybe this expansion, this camp, you know, then all of a sudden you can start to have a lot more innovative creep routes. Loves of Haste for Starbuck. Wilbeast for Sonic. A lot of archers coming out as well. That's also the advantage of going Tavern Hero, is that you can build extra archers. You don't have to use the Ancient War so quickly. And this is probably going to fully deter Starbuck from ever expanding. He's already teching. He was probably going to do that regardless, though, on a map like this. This has always been a one-base sort of map. He's not going for the newly invented single footman into early blacksmith build that we just saw in the last series. He's still going for the old school 2-farm into quick blacksmith, which, you know what, there was actually a rifle caster guide on Warcraft 3 replays made by Starshaped, not Starbucks, Starshaped, in like 2007. And this was the map that he did the example base build on, and he built his blacksmith back here in the corner as well. He said, on the guide, if you can hide your blacksmith, you should place it in the back of your base, as to not make it easy to scout that you're going for rifle caster. And I always remember that when I see the blacksmith right here. The Star-shaped legend. He did play human first before he played mass hunts with Night Elf. Nice save on the footman, but the Quillbeast might be able to chase it down.
A player's forces are under attack.
And the Quillbeast's gonna go for that. Arcane Tower not up in time. 2 Quillbeasts trying to chase a single footman. Militia actually blocked them for a second. This footman might live. Starbuck's doing everything he can to try to keep it alive. Does get the deny. Of course he does. It was kind of Sonic's fault, though. He could have gotten an auto attack off, but he was, I think, on attack move there for a second. More creeping as well. More items, most importantly. Level 3 might be a little bit of a stretch for the Archmage, but if you can get a full inventory of items, that's nearly as good. What the hell happened here? Did he purposefully attack the creeps? I think he did. It's not going to be the easiest camp to take. Sonic also isn't creeping it very elegantly. Gotta be honest with you. But he will get the item. Just has to shadow meld the archers now, and he'll be alright. Alright, Sonic, you're scaring all of us here. You're scaring all of us. And Starbuck. You can see him continue creeping up here. At the 12-15 position of the map. There's level 3. So Sonic does successfully do this. And, you know, is relatively healthy. Archmage full inventory and did get level 3. Sell one item. Will he buy something else? I'm just going to keep on creeping. Sometimes there's just nothing better to do than just to keep creeping. I feel like a issue maybe a lot of human players have, including myself when I play human, is like you get level 3 and you feel like you have to just run into their base. I think it's common with Farseer play as well. I have that urge. I get level 3 Farseer and then I'm like, okay, I guess this is when I attack, but it's not always the best move. Sometimes you miss your timing. Sometimes there's a valuable creep that you're going to guarantee get, like this shop. Starbuck just, you know, even though he's not going to get level 4, keep on creeping. And a second. This is really solid creeping. Look what the bear allows you to do. Just haze and fully tanks the Gargantuan with the bear. It's such nice creeping. Took barely any damage. Wow. Beastmaster should gain control of all remaining ogres if the strongest one in the camp is slain. The Rexar campaign is damn good. I had a lot of fun with that. I wish it was longer. But I had a lot of fun with that. Look at the creeping from Sonic. You love to see it, man. Beastmaster just being a little bit annoying, but Panda's already level 3 with double consumable. It's ridiculous. Super duper clean. You see how necessary the messy creeping was at the shop earlier. He had no Ancient War in position. He wasn't level 3 yet. He just, you know, somehow got that level 3 at all costs and then had that bear level 2 immediately to pick up the Panda and to creep with it. Bolt. Pressuring a little bit, but Sonic wants to fight before the Mountain King gets level 3, which he's still a ways away. Breath of Fire. I like that Sonic didn't even bother going for the haze there. Just hit the low HP units with the Breath of Fire. Bolt actually misses there. Sonic gets the greater mana. Is Sonic owning Starbuck? Haze, Fire, misses completely. Greater heal already used. Scroll the Beast as well. Sonic being over-aggressive here. Feels like it, but Mountain King is low. Haze lands. He's got no mana for a Breath of Fire, but greater mana used. All 3 consumables used. And an Expo coming up. I guess if he gets the expansion up as a result of these consumables and this fight being taken, it's all worth it. 84, thank you for the raid. Appreciate that. Hope you had a good end of your stream. Mountain King is just dead. Is Sonic just killing him? Just creeps 3 consumables and kills the guy. But Starbuck not one to give up in these positions. He's going to hold on. Says, yeah, I took some serious damage. My Mountain King did die, but you used a greater mana, greater heal, and scrolled the Beast for that. And you really overbuilt archers. So it's like, yeah, of course I should take damage, is sort of what Starbuck's saying. But all's good and well until you're actually dead. Beastmaster not quite level 4. But the Panda and the Beastmaster are leveling up equally. Staff out on the Archer. Damn, Sonic. Sonic got a clear game plan here. Maybe this is the issue of giving too much space to the Beastmaster, because Starbuck sort of went and crept all these camps. We remember, we were watching it. But during that, Beastmaster was creeping up freely to level 3. What would have been a really risky creep camp had Starbuck pressured it all. Just maybe too much space given, is what I'm saying. Should have gotten level 2 and then just sort of chased around the Beastmaster. Even if you don't kill any units, even if you maybe take too much damage yourself, at least you're not allowing Sonic to just power creep up, which we see if you allow him to do. That Panda got 3 consumables in like 40 seconds. But Mountain King's out, Red Camp being pulled. Expansion is up. 30 seconds until it'll be mining, and Panda's going to get level 4 in a second here. Tier 3 is also on the way for Sonic. trying to solo creep the Mountain King. Of course, Archmage is already level 4. Don't want to steal any experience at this point. Want it all to be on the MK. And there's Panda getting level 4. Beastmaster gonna get it soon as well. Starbuck. He does know there was 3 consumables, if he was counting at least. So he should know that there's at least another one of these camps crept somewhere where there could be a Tree of Life, but he clears one of the possibilities. Khadgar's unfortunately a useless item, especially with Archmage's level 4, it's useless. So he'll sell that, but he hasn't... Oh no, he has broken upkeep, never mind, so he's not going to get full return even for that. Is Sonik ready for the push? He looked really strong for a second there, but Tier 3 is not yet done.
Town is under siege.
He's got a TP. He can't lose all these Moonwells. Lizard retrain as well. We're going to see how good Starbuck's micro is right now.
A player's forces are under attack.
Footman scouts the positioning of the army. Now Starbuck can prepare. He's going to kill all 3 Moonwells. This is a supply block Sonik. And with much less moon juice. Importantly. 60 versus 67. Starbuck may not know about this. It would be easy to overlook, like, the Greater Heal, for instance. Because Starbuck knew that this got stolen. The Scroll of the Beast is very obvious when it's used, but the Greater Heal, not always that obvious. But at this point, you can assume that another expansion has been crept, so... It seems like Mr. Winner was able to win his match, so he'll be playing Lucifer now. So the bracket remains as it was.
A player's forces are under attack.
Starbuck kills 2 Moonwells and just gets the hell out. Does he not know about the expansion? He hasn't actually scouted it yet, but you'd think he'd be able to assume with the Dryad count, with the Archer count, with the fact that it's Beastmaster first. Maybe he doesn't care. He says, no hurry. Bone Chimes. Another useless item for Starbuck. So useless. And sometimes you get a useless item like that and you're 50 supply and you're like, oh, that's a lot of gold, but... Up for grabs. The Bash actually helping out Sonik. Another Khadgar's! Of course. And if Sonik would have gotten that, that would have been huge for him. So at least he steals it away. Bolt. Oh, this is not the greatest positioning for Sonik. Staff out on that bear. Fixes his positioning a little bit, but the clap is good. Blizzard is even better. You got to get out, Sonik. But the issue is, if he gets out, his expansion is exposed. He's not going to win this fight, though. Just TP out, man. Lose your expo. Whatever. You ain't winning this. But the positioning improves. Beastmaster is just dead? No way. Archmage taking a lot of damage. Haze Fire Heal Scroll. He has no TP himself, Starbuck, but Invis is available. Actually, this Reinforcing Sork was the only one with enough mana to cast Invis, so nice timing. Haze Fire again. Panda's got a lot of mana, but Sonik had a TP, but now he's got no army. And that's why you don't leave when your Mountain King dies on level 2 versus Sonik. That's why you stay in the game as Starbuck. And now he's just got to keep chasing the Panda, and he will eventually kill it, because he's got Brilliance Aura. Oh, no, Rejuve. Does he have a Dispel available? Did land the first Dispel. Gonna have a Bolt soon. Might as well just bolt the bear, though. There's no staff available to save it. Sonic's just losing. Sonik is losing this game with the perfect early game. Starbuck just keeps creeping, and eventually Sonik throws it away. And Sonik also pathed as to not show this expansion. So Starbuck may not know about the Expo still. Okay, now he's scouting it finally. How much gold are in these center gold mines? Oh, 15k. Jesus, that's a lot of gold. For an expo? Is that the highest gold expansion? On any map? It might be, right? AZ 20k. Yeah, oh yeah, Amazonia is 20k. And it's the freest expo ever, but... Yeah, there's no way for Sonic. Sonic cannot win this game anymore. He ain't gonna win.
A player's forces are
If he TP'd out, it would have been a perfectly playable game. But GG Saginash, well played today, dude.
the town is under siege.
Alright, Sonic chilling. Panda not close enough to level 5 for it to matter. Beastmaster also, same deal. 61 versus 71 supply, and it's 5-5 for Starbuck. I mean, he just had to TP out. I know the worry was if he TP'd out, he would have lost this, but he could have TP'd here. He just needed to, you know, he could have TP'd like here and then ran to the main to try to do some damage. He probably would have lost the expo eventually, but I don't know. There was plays other than just losing the game there, you know?
Forces are under attack.
And now the issue's going to be forced because Blizzard will kill the Moonwells if Sonic ignores this.
The town is under siege.
Gonna TP back. This item, will he grab it? Does get the ring. Bringing the Dryads around. He's just eating the Blizzard though right now. He didn't even attempt to actually bring the Dryads around or anything. He's just fully face tanking the whole Blizzard clap. Oh man. And this is what good kiting looks like. Like if he's gonna eat the Blizzard like this, let him. Oh man. Listen to the clap in a second. Oh, Starbuck hasn't lost a single unit, and that's 1-0. And I worry for Sonic, is it going to get much better than that in terms of early games? I don't know if it is. He was a couple more unit kills away from Starbuck probably leaving the game. That's how good the early game was, but 1-0 in the other way. 1-0 in the other direction. All right, checking out the other parts of the bracket. Seems like no results just yet. If we get to this series early, we'll probably check out Death Note versus Aspect. But the winner of this most likely will be playing Lucifer, so I would like to watch that as well. Because it'll be the only chance to see either, well, an undead player in general, so. All right, there's going to be ads playing in a minute and a half. I think I'm just going to let them go. We'll only miss the early game, so I just hope it's not 3 militia tower rushing or anything, and won't miss anything later on. All right, so minute and a half there'll be ads, okay? Fair warning. Northern Isles map number 2. Another map we haven't seen yet today, so just shows how much people prefer Tidehunters, the fact that we haven't seen Northern Isles yet. All right, game number 2. Starbuck in the bottom left. Much more likely to see a fast expansion over here. In the upper right, no tavern build this time around, is Sonic. Will he go for the Demon Hunter? Will he go for the Warden? already saw that once today from Sonic. If we do see a Warden, Starbuck is much more likely to play one base. If we see a Demon Hunter, Starbuck much more likely probably to expand. Let's see. Could also be an MK from Starbuck, but it will be Warden against Archmage. Okay. If Starbuck scouts this quickly enough and isn't just going for a blind 3-farm expo, he may decide to play one base. But we'll see. So far, no tells on either side of what the play will be. Footman is coming out. Wisp already gets into the base. Starbuck. No third farm yet. This is just a blind one base play. Maybe he's calling out the Warden. Maybe he was always going to play one base. But this actually does work out pretty well for him. Typically, expansion play is what the Warden wants to face. Wait, where's the third farm? Am I missing a third farm? No, I'm not missing a third farm. But he is going straight to the expo. Is there such thing as a 2-farm expansion? We're seeing that right now, it looks like. No, he's teching, okay. This is kind of like an undead approach, where you creep the expo and make it seem like you're gonna fast expo to force some sort of a counter reaction from the Night Elf, and then you just tech behind it. So like if Sonic was scouting right now, you would assume, okay, this is a 3-farm expo, but Starbuck's already teching and building the blacksmith and got level 2. Pennant of Energy is a terrible item, but it's different. Different creep route. But now Starbuck never has to think about creeping again in the whole early game. He can just be aggressive. He's got aura already. It's cool. I like it. Warden. Just immediately Shadow Strikes the Archmage. Just not really being very subtle about his play. Starbuck, imagine if you got to ring a regen. That would make this play pretty much impossible, but we'll see. He got the biggest gap he could. But Sonic's going to have 2 more Shadow Strikes. Is there a shop already being built? There should be. Footman chasing down the archers as well. Boots? No, Staff of Teleportation. Both players buy Staff, and Starbuck doesn't get boots, so he's got to be careful. Did he kill that archer? No, he did not, but forced some Moonwells.
A player's forces are under attack.
And it was sort of like a 33% gamble. There was 3 directions, either to the Tuskar, to the Expo, or straight up towards the middle. And Sonic gambled the Expo, and Starbuck actually did the least likely, I would say, psychologically. Just to, you know, be worried about the Warden and to just run straight towards the center is not very likely. 4 peasants on main. He does have 4 on gold. This is the unlikely case where someone says in chat he's got 4 on gold, and it's actually the case. So we can keep an eye on the gold difference. It's growing. Slowly. He hasn't fixed it yet. Okay, he should notice now. He did. Okay, he fixed it. So he lost like 50, 60 gold. Chat is always right. I'd say that's the first time ever they've been right about 5 on gold. Or 4 on gold, rather. In like, you know, the 6 years I've been on this channel, the 5 years. I think that's the first time they've ever been right. Incredible. I always check, though. I always check Paladin second, just like we saw from Saginash earlier. And the Tree of Life is coming online as well for Sonic. Thanks, Shaker. This will be level 3 for the Warden. And the Illusion. If he's really lucky, he's going to force a Shadow Strike. And he will scout the expansion regardless. Will he force a Shadow Strike? Immediate blink Shadow Strike? Yeah, Sonic, okay. If the illusion micro was a little bit better, Sonic was definitely going to Shadow Strike that, but too smart for that. Paladin is creeping up. No hurry. The Militia Call is going straight for the lab. It's going to be a very fast level 3 Paladin. This will get him, like, what, 2.9 probably if he solo creeps it, which he definitely is. Pretty clean. I like Starbuck's whole game plan here. Like, he creeps this initially. And then when he has to go back home, he creeps this. And then he leaves both these camps available for his second hero just to power creep instantly. Which is a lot easier to do when you have level 2 water elementals, when you have extra units. At this stage, just look how quick, like he could push right now. He just needs a single wisp kill to get level 2 Holy Light. It's insane. It's very well planned out. Panda second. I mean, I don't think this Panda's gonna get too much experience this game, I'll be honest with you. A lot of archers from Sonic. A 9th archer's on the way. Expansion was scouted, but obviously not killed. And nice macro there. Immediately saturating that gold mine. Did he forget a 5th wisp? No, he does have 5 on gold. Both players have 5 on gold on every base. Starbuck wants to kill that archer if he can, but getting a low roll there, I feel like. Now 6 HP left, probably. Was never going to die. Would love to level up his paladin, but hasn't gotten a kill yet. He'll get an archer now. That's level 3 paladin, and that Shadow Strike not useful anymore. He's got to retrain, and to retrain at level 3 warden is not an expense you think you'll need. I feel like Sonic's just going to lose his expo. The game isn't over, but Sonic should probably just creep this. Unfortunately, he built so many archers that he wasn't able to reposition the Ancient of War yet, so does he have to defend this? I mean, the fact that he has his Hunter's Hall and his Ancient of Lore here means he's kind of forced to defend. I just don't think he's going to be able to. I feel like this is 2-0. Shadow Strike forced on the illusion as well. Archers go around to force the priest to reposition. That's pretty nice. With the Hunter's Hall actually helping them out a little bit. Scroll Beast used. There could be a detonate from this wisp. Yeah, nicely done. Really high value detonate. Paladin being Shadow Striked, but he's constantly being healed by a priest. Tower being canceled. He did repair it actually on time, but too much piercing damage. That's 2 archers have died. Water Elemental again detonated. So far, Starbuck losing no units, but the Paladin is going to have to be past the town portal soon. And Sonic. Will he hold? Holy Light again. Another archer dies. Starbuck gets as much value as he can. Loses 1 singular unit at the end of the day. That's it. That's all he lost. Okay, and a peasant. He lost 1 priest and 1 peasant. And now he just sort of goes again. Heals up and goes again. He did forget a shop, unfortunately. But Sonic is tier 2 with no lores. Double AP. I mean, it looks silly. It's the right play. It's absolutely the right play to build 2 APs like this. And Nature's Blessing as well. Sonic just needs to hold on desperately. The Panda, I mean, if he had gone Naga, maybe he could have gotten some more kills, but with the Panda, it's so greedy, man. It's so greedy.
A player's forces are under attack.
Starbuck. Still getting mana. Still letting his aura do some recovery on the priests. I feel like Sonic should just let him have this. I mean, they're both, in a way, wanting some time. But Starbuck, you know, can easily recover while fighting. He's got aura and he's got priests, whereas Sonic kind of needs actual time to be able to heal up. Pairs are kind of on their way out. Tier 3 is kind of on the way. I mean, the double AP, it's not a guaranteed hold on the expansion, but it will buy him some serious time. Sonic needs bears. Definitely needs bears. Starbuck might just literally kill the APs, but he sees them. Will he say no hurry and keep creeping, or will he just click down the APs? Seems like it's the no hurry approach. Penguin. Double pocket tower coming up.
A player's forces are under attack.
Here's a Ryuju finally. And Sonic's almost tier 3, and he's got double bear production. Oh, don't lose that bear. Sonic. Why did the bear move like that and just die? Okay, it lived. It just barely lived. He was busy killing that rifleman that was out of position. He does cancel the towers at the cost of 2 archers. This is good plays from Sonic. The APs are still healthy. Pushing vulnerability. He uses Holy Light so he can keep blocking with the water elemental. Nicely done. Forces that push from vulnerability. Daxorus, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. 1 AP goes down. Another bear comes out of the lore. Tier 3 is almost done, then 30 seconds for the master training. 1 AP still up. We see how necessary these APs were to build. Sonic just trying to buy as much time as he can. But I feel like he should, like, just go creep the lab. Just accept this expo will eventually die. Go creep the lab. Don't do master training at this lore. Don't do it. If Starbuck just kills the lore right now and he doesn't have master training, I'm going to lose my mind. He's going to kill the lore. And Sonic's not going to have master training for the bears because he built it here instead of building it here.
A player's forces are under attack.
It's a textbook mistake. But maybe enough time has been bought. He sacrifices a bear for it and almost the panda. But he does get master training at least. I just don't know why he built a lore here in the first place. If he had both lores in his main, could have just given this expo up. It bought a lot of time. Creep this, get Panda 3, Warden 4, you know, have a bunch of bears waiting, and then, you know, one base, but you at least get some hero levels, and you did technically get some gold mined off the expo, even though it cost them a lot as well. But now what the hell are you going to do? It's the final stand for Sonic, and he's only got a handful of bears, and he can barely fight his way through water elementals. So just keep holy lighting the water elementals. Why not, right? Maybe if he had fan of knives. There's only 1 heal scroll. Archers come in through the back. I think literally 1 rifleman and 1 priest have died this game for Starbuck. Oh, and 1 peasant, let's not forget. It's looking like an easy 2-0. I mean, technically the expansion's still mining. There's Fan of Knives level 2. But he's still on 2 base. Doesn't manage to kill that priest because of the Holy Light. Fan of Knives, heal scroll counters it. Every bear is dead except for 1. He's only got 1 lore. He lost the other lore. There's GG, 2-0 for Starbuck. Nice try to Sonic, but you know, a couple decisions there were a little shaky, gotta be honest. And Starbuck will now play Lucifer, which we're gonna watch. That's what we're gonna watch, because Lucifer is the only undead in the tournament. What map was that? Northern Isles. So, 2-0 for Starbuck. We're gonna let Lucifer and Starbuck get vetoes done. I'm going to be right back in 3.5 minutes. Stay tuned. Semifinals coming up, and we might be able to catch both semifinals because I think it'll time out okay. BRB. welcome back. We just had our quarterfinal where Starbuck was able to defeat Sonik. And now we're going to have Lucifer versus Starbuck. I'll show you guys what the bracket looks like. What's the music that you just played? Was it the sad piano music or was it something else? I actually thought... I don't think I should play the sad piano music anymore. I think it gets the VOD muted sometimes. There's like one song in it. My hair, I look like an old lady with my hair like that. Here's our bracket. Sad piano music, groovy bass driven. I think that's the same as the intro music. Oh, let's see. Can I get to the playlist? Break. Background. Oh, no, that's not it. What is it called? Where is it? Where are you? I don't know. It should be the same as the intro music, though, I think, right? Either way, here's our bracket. So we're going to have Starbuck versus Lucifer, Human versus Undead, and then maybe, if we're lucky, it will time out where we can watch this series as well, before jumping into the grand finals, of course. Where is that, where's that playlist? What's the folder called? Streams music? It's called Funk? I don't know. There's a bunch of songs in this folder. I'm not sure. I think it just randomly plays from this folder. Who knows? Some royalty-free stuff. I should update my music, though. It's been a long time. I've had the music literally, I think, since my first stream on this channel. Okay, they're getting vetoes done right now. Ads are going to go in a second. I'm just going to let them go because it'll just be the early game. Predictions have about another minute. Human versus Undead. We are loading in, everybody. Yeah, I think, you know, we might just be able to do both semifinals today. That'd be nice. Let's see how long this series takes, though. Who really knows? Starbuck versus Lucifer, the only undead left in the tournament, versus potentially the only orc player in the future of the tournament. Let's go. In the upper left here, Starbuck going for a tavern build, which would be crazy if we hadn't seen all the Infi games this year. In the bottom right here is Lucifer. I haven't seen Starbuck play in a high bracket matches in a while, or is that just me? Yeah, Starbuck kind of only plays on weekends these days. At least tournaments. Because, you know, he's got a pretty normal human schedule where he can't be playing, you know, at this time on like a Wednesday. So, that's why. Lucifer, will it be Lich or Crypt Lord? Will be the Lich, which will probably determine the Tavern Hero for Starbuck. Or do people even play Dark Ranger anymore? Is it just always Fire Lord? Because in the past, when it was Crypt Lord, you'd see Fire Lord. When it was Lich, you'd see Dark Ranger. When it was Death Knight, you'd see Mountain King. At least is how Infi did things. Did I see a lag spike there? We can go flow if we were lagging. It looks like a couple lag spikes. We might go flow TV. Yes, we're going to go flow TV. But it's okay because we just started the game. Better now than spiking in the middle of a bolt midair about to kill the DK. You know what I'm saying? 70 seconds and we can jump in. So get your predictions. And what do you guys think the hero is going to be? A lot of what Infi did with the Tavern build would be to wait until he scouts the hero of the undead and then grab a hero. He'd like build a late Mountain King so that his hero doesn't come out first. Obviously, the undead heroes, when you go for a ghoul opener, is 8 seconds later than an altar immediately. New Gamba? No. That's going to be a no. "30 seconds and we'll be into the game again. You think Pit Lord, eh? Pit Lord. I mean, he could make it work. He could definitely make it work. Find out very soon. Here we go. We can watch now. I always like when I lag early as opposed to lag later. Oh yeah, China North 3 is the server. That makes sense. Tinker. Oh yeah, it could be. Could be. Okay, we're gonna rewatch the very start of the game again. But here we are, back into it. We of course know what the early game builds are going to be. But yeah, typically with this build from the Undead, because you go for Crypt, then Altar, then Zig, which is sort of like a slightly delayed hero with quicker ghouls. It's just how the build happens to work out for Undead, that you need to do things in this order. This Altar, or rather this Zig, is like 8 seconds late to produce a hero a lot of the time, as opposed to building your Altar right away. So like if you as a human player build your Altar instantly, your hero is going to be 8 seconds ahead of this in most cases. So like even if you want to go for an Altar hero, like a Mountain King to counter a Death Knight, you're still going to want to delay it either way. So it kind of works out really well to just play a counter hero to what the Undead does. But Infi did a slightly different build. He had a quicker Altar than this. This is like just definitely going to be a Tavern hero at this point for Starbuck. Overlay seems weirdly out of sync. Everything seems to be correct on the overlay, no? Maybe not? Maybe not? Oh, you're right. Yeah, you are right. Maybe we might have to restart again, actually. Thanks for the good noticing that. Yeah. Sorry, one more time. No, you're right. You were right. Sometimes what happens, and I always forget, is when you leave a game before the game is actually over, it bugs the overlay. I don't know if it's just for me or if that's like a known thing that happens to all of us, but by all of us, I mean Neo and Remo as well. But for me, if I leave a game preemptively and don't let it naturally conclude, the overlay breaks. Every single time, but I forget every single time because I only leave games when I'm lagging. But yeah, it should be fixed now. And the reason why it looked a little bit out of sync is because obviously it was bugged on the previous game. You know, confirmed that issue earlier today. Oh, there we go. Yeah, just got to remember it. I always forget. Not like it's a big deal, but a little annoying. Yes, I've had that issue for maybe 6 months now. Maybe longer. All right, and we're back. For the third time. But we haven't missed anything yet. We don't even know what the hero is for Starbucks still, so. The overlay should work now, and it does. All right, third time's the charm. Here we go. Everything updating. Yep, we're good. Things being built. No, I was just not looking at it because I'm looking at you guys. Alright. Here we go. Firelord against Lich, which is a low HP hero. So Nova gonna be pretty good. But Lava Spawn gonna make it tough. Typically when you see Firelord, you just don't expand unless you know, really want to suffer. Would not be surprised to see Lucifer.
Player's forces are under attack.
Just tech here. Like the difficult thing sometimes for Undead is like if you go Cryptlord, you unsummon your altar and your shop right away. And then if you see Firelord, you're like, oh damn, well I've already unsummoned my altar and my shop, like should I just commit to it? But sometimes it's better just to still tech even in that situation. I suppose unsummoning those makes your tech quicker. Lava Spawn does split. He's trying to guard the item, which is a cloak. Technically, he could commit for the cloak and then use the cloak. But Starbuck would just buy dust, so...
A player's forces are under attack.
Circlet purchased. And dust, realizing that the Firelord now has a cloak, which is nice awareness from Lucifer. And we must have a tech. We do. Not for both players, though. Starbuck is actually going to expand himself. A lot of militia being called, and he does just go for it. You don't want to get in the situation where it's like, oh man, I shouldn't creep it. You just want to be assertive here. You're going to take some losses, but you must eventually clear your expo if you're planning on expanding, if you're delaying your tech this much. And that's a few peasants going down. Firelord very low, but so is the Lich, and he's got Incinerate now as well. The Lich is dead. Explodes and dust was used, but the Firelord getting that level 2 was massive. And now a shop being built, and Starbuck's in a fantastic position already. He's losing some peasants, but still good. Oh, Ghoul was chasing. But the Firelord will live. I guess the upside for Lucifer is that this is a really late expansion, and he's already tier 2. And his Lich was only level 1. I suppose there are upsides. Starbuck is now expoing. Is there a timing for the Undead? A tier 3 timing? I'm thinking. Needs to sell some stuff, I think. No, he actually buys another Rod or Necromancy. Graveyard was forgotten about in all the chaos, so that's going to mean no Slaughterhouse. Ziggurat also forgotten about, that's going to be no second hero. But what Lucifer can still do is just go tier 3 when he has the gold. And he was already shy on gold anyway, so it might actually work out in the end. Don't tell me Starbuck. No, Lucifer did get that, okay. Oh, Nova again. Careful, he's got boots and a cloak, but there's still Dust of Appearance, 1 charge. Level 3 Firelord. Just gonna make it even scarier to run around with this low of HP. Expansion is up. No tower. I don't know why Happy doesn't play in the Weekly Cup. He never said. He never did mention in his blog posts why he stopped playing. But really, yeah, I don't know. I think he just hates me, is all. Is it me, Happy? Death Knight's coming out. Wanted Negation, of course, could be purchased for... Oh, hold that thought. Surround almost was scared of it. Wanted Negation could be used for the Lava Spawns. That's why we have Incinerate level 2, though. And there's the tier 3 attack. Firelord's still being chased around, trying to heal up. Nicely done from Lucifer, though, just to delay the Firelord healing as long as he can. TK is out. And this is a situation where he's still tier 1. I was going to say this is a situation where we probably build 4 towers on each base, Starbuck. But he also might just like play really aggressive. Maybe if he can clear a lab, get a Zeppelin and a Shredder. go for a Zeppelin drop here, like right at the tier 3 timing. It will be double Slaughterhouse, which I can't say I disagree with from Lucifer's point of view. He knows how undertowered and delayed the tech is for Starbuck. Coil kills that footman. Still trying to not get surrounded. What? Oh, it's a mechanical critter. I was like, I've never seen that in my life. Wait, where is the mechanical critter? He's just gonna forever have a frog in his army. Where is it? It's not that. That's a crab. Unless, is the icon always a frog for the mechanical critter? There's the Zeppelin, as mentioned. I think that was gonna make Starbuck's life a little bit easier. The Zeppelin cannot pick up Sapper. It would be very funny, but it cannot. Where is the frog? Where is it?
Players' forces are under attack.
Oh, here it is. Damn, he used that early. That's so sick, actually. Like, it's a no supply, cheap, permanent scout. Look at the amount of towers as well on the Expo. I think this should be used more often in this exact way. I think it is always a frog on the overlay. Okay. Or do you mean mechanical critter's always a frog? I think it depends on the map, what a mechanical critter is. Obviously, there is a difference in the critter, depending on speed. Has anyone ever mass TP to the opponent's base with a bunch of sappers? No. It's actually a cool idea. Like a lumberjack, you build like a tree of life in here and then TP in with sappers. You can TP sappers, right? The symbol. Okay, the symbol, yeah. Anyway, I don't know why I'm so, like, blown away by mechanical critter usage. I just feel like it's a very underutilized thing.
Players' forces are under attack.
Because it's like, you could just put it here. You know, and there's going to be very, like, the chance of your opponent seeing it and then killing it as well, and it not getting a lot of value. Yeah, it's a lot of towers. It's a lot of towers. Because he knows there's a Destro push coming, so it makes total sense what Starbuck is doing. There is no... there is no move for Lucifer, really, against this amount of towers. But... we'll see. 4 destroyers is what we're going to have.
Players' forces are under attack.
1, 2, 3. I mean, this might be under-towered here. This looks to be towered enough. The main, I think, is the right call. Lucifer's making a lot of correct decisions. 1 more destroyer in a couple more gold coins. Oh, yeah. Knew that would happen. And he doesn't go towards the main. He goes towards the Expo. But he's already taken so much damage on this Destro. This ain't gonna work. And he's already in position to repair. He's already got Masonry level 1. Very, very sick. That Destro just dies. Okay, 2 towers go down. Yeah, that was just very good awareness from Starbuck of what was happening. He knew how delayed his tech was. He saw the double Slaughterhouse. He knew it was 1 base. He knew there's only literally 1 play you can make, which will be a mass Destro push, which isn't a very common strategy. A 1-base Destro push. It was back in the day. By back in the day, I mean like 2015. But Starbuck knew exactly what he had to do. Destros, I guess, are very good at creeping. That is one thing. Griffin Aviaries on their way. And the nice thing about Griffins is you don't really need heroes that are helpful. With Griffins, you just get enough Griffins and you kind of win. So, like, the fact that he has Firelord Paladin, you know, they're not the worst heroes in the world, but it could be, like... you know, he could have, like, 3 Death Knights or something, and Griffins would still be good. Whereas Lucifer is on the opposite end of the coin. He's entirely relying on his heroes. Maybe 3 Death Knights wouldn't be too bad. What could he have? I don't know. Three Farseers. How about that? That would still be pretty good, don't you think? Second crypt coming online. I'm not sure exactly why, but we'll see in a second, I suppose. Starbuck. Does he have workshops? He doesn't. And he doesn't have the biggest of banks. Militia, nicely just scouting the positioning. I mean, the heroes are getting a little bit scary for Lucifer. He's doing everything, you know, more or less correctly. I feel like Starbuck's just always been one step ahead. That's been the major problem. Okay, now he's starting to build some upgrades for the future army. And he's getting workshops as well because he saw the army. He saw there's 2 statues, 3 Destros, 1 A-bomb. He knows he's going to need some flying machines. Mountain King 3rd. Starbuck just slowly creeping up. Is he going to pull the Fire Lord away? I think he will, right? I'm just going to take what he can get. Lucifer has an Acolyte over here. Is this another mechanical critter? No, he's only got 1. This is still it. Yeah, instead of the second crypt, maybe slowly teching into Banshees with a single temple could have been a play. And then once you have your Expo established, once you have enough ghouls on lumber, you get the second temple and, you know, start going into a normal Fiend Banshee to statue army. A little bit of a wonky game. Starbuck still banking. But as soon as he sees this expansion... Okay, double Expo as well. Lucifer making a lot of interesting plays. Weirdly enough, I don't disagree with any of them. He's got to make something happen. A double Expo would be the Hail Mary that he needs. Especially if Starbuck doesn't scout one of them or does some sort of mistake. But as soon as he sees this Expo, he's going to break upkeep. Get ready for it. Get ready. Keep an eye on the supply and the production. Wait for it. And
a player's forces are under attack.
There we go. Immediately to 66. He's also got the 3rd upgrade for attack. What, finished? No, on the way. So we're trying to get Lich level 5. And Lucifer's best play is going to be hero focus. He's crept up to the point where he's got some pretty strong nukes if he can only somehow get level 5 Lich. I think this camp would do it. Does he have the time, though? He needs the time. That's his only play, is to have Nova level 3. Dreadlord 3rd. It's also another cool idea from Lucifer. Go pull your DK away. Oh, he doesn't even have... Okay, now he's going to have level 5 Lich. Slowly towering this up. Finds this Necropolis, but this Necropolis is doing its job. In that it's buying time. Lich got level 5. Okay, we have Sleep, and we have Coil Nova at a high level. Sleep the Paladin, and nuke another hero. Or Sleep the Fire Lord, nuke the Paladin. Because the staff is on the Fire Lord. Lucifer has options, and if he can somehow force a TP, force a hero kill, hold this expansion, it's 73 versus 73. The only issue for Lucifer is really that he doesn't have Banshees yet, but he can tack into that. Starbuck, just like, I'm going to Expo again, whatever. Crazy to think Lucifer has a shot in this game still. The fight, I wouldn't be surprised if the fight was very, very, very one-sided in Starbuck's favor, but just look at the supply and looking at the heroes. I mean, It's not impossible. Sleep on the Paladin. Holy Light is there, though. First Destro dies. It's pretty much 15 of null supply. That being the 3 destroyers. Oh, Dreadlord almost lived. We hear one Fiend go down. All 3 Destros have gone down. A second Fiend dies. And just doing the quick math, that's what, 21 supply gone. Holy Light saves the Fire Lord, and I think 1 Flying Machine died in the whole fight. And there goes the Lich. And, you know, again, I want to reiterate, there was a lot of nice attempts from Lucifer. He even scouts this with a Ghoul. But Starbuck was just too far ahead after the Destro push failed. Simply too far ahead. And 1-0. Yeah, I think if instead of the second Crypt, he went for early Banshees. Just for the upgrade. Just to have Banshees available tech-wise. And then once the Expo's established, you get a second Temple, you unsummon 1 Slaughterhouse, get a second Crypt, and start going into purely Fiend Banshee for the most part. Maybe even take an early fight just so you can lose those Destros. There were a few things Lucifer could have done slightly differently that would have put him in a better position to win that fight, but 1-0. Now we go into Northern Isles. Reskilling Soulburn an option? Sure. It's not bad. Alright, going straight into game 2 here. And then the other semifinal just started, so we'll see how long this next game is, and if it is 2-0, we'll probably be able to catch the entire other semifinal. Let's just say we will. How about that? We will watch the entire other semifinal. Here we go. Bottom left, Starbuck going for the Archmage on Northern Isles. Upper right now, switching things up into the Cryptlord. Which Cryptlord makes it easier to expand. That's an advantage Cryptlord has over Lich. But Cryptlord is also, it's necessary to expand. So you have no follow-up plan. You have to expand with the Cryptlord, unless you're Ito and somehow you make it work. Lich, you can kind of play one base like Lucifer did, and you scale well enough into the late game that maybe it works, but Cryptlord, oh no. You gotta Expo. It's gotta happen. Eventually. That's why we see games where it's like Fortitude versus Happy, and Happy tries like 10 times to get an Expo up and fails, and then loses, and it looks really silly, but because he knows you expand or you die with Cryptlord. There's the unsummon on both. Nope. Just a single unsummon. Starbuck also going to expand again, of course. Looking for Ring of Regen, Claws +8. Pendant. It's okay for the Cryptlord. Pendant, yeah, it's okay for the Cryptlord. For the Archmage, he got Ring. Not ideal, really. And very delayed Goldmine. If Starbuck manages to get level 3, he just saw the timing. Like, this Goldmine could easily get canceled. I'm just going to mention Happy one more time because I can. After this surround fails, I'll continue talking because that was way too far away for the Impale. The reason why Happy goes Goldmine first with the Unsummon on the shop is so that if the human also goes for 2 camps into Expo, or goes for 2 camps into Expo, they can't just do this, and it's going to be canceled forever. Like, this is just, it's just never going to happen, unfortunately. Starbuck could even tech right now. He's going to re-expand, but you have one real shot at expanding as the Undead, and that's to go for instant Goldmine. And if the instant Goldmine fails, then you go, okay, you got me, and clap your hands. But if you go for the delayed Goldmine, like, it's just going to be canceled over and over again. this gold mine. Ghouls are being annoying over here.
A player's forces are under attack.
Starbuck is defending. Footman is being split off to go for a staff of teleportation on the gold mine. And actually, is Starbuck allowing the gold mine to finish to get his own expansion established? Perhaps, but this is a lot of pressure coming in for Lucifer. I feel like many players in Starbuck's position would just never allow Lucifer to expand and delay their own expo. Starbuck really prioritizes his own economy. One denying the ghouls with the ritual dagger, but now you can't actually use it to heal, so... And both players will have an expansion. Lucifer could creep one camp to try to get level 3, but the Murloc wouldn't do it. He'd need something like this whole camp, which is difficult to do. Lucifer also really, really wants level 3. If Lucifer doesn't start working on his own level 3, he's just going to die to the Archmage and Footman.
A player's forces are under attack.
So yeah, he's going to waste no time creeping. He's got lots of camps near his base. He is going for a second Ziggurat at the Expo before attacking, which is wise, because he knows how probably close Starbuck is to level 3 himself. Does he actually get it off this camp? I don't think so. I think he's just shy of it, right? Oh, never mind. I'm wrong. A couple of ghouls come in. Arcane Tower did finish, but buying time, precious time. He doesn't actually lose any of them. And Lucifer sees the Archmage positioning. Yeah, just keep creeping. Get level 3 Crypt Lord. He is building the Necropolis. This is also what the ghouls are buying time for, is the Necropolis to finish. So that, you know, because he's teching already, if he loses these Acolytes, he actually can't rebuild them. So this Necropolis is as precious as the Acolytes themselves. A lot of time bought, though, by Lucifer. No way Starbuck's going to keep creeping. He's giving so much space to Lucifer. Very surprised by that. Just shows the confidence that Starbuck knows he can win in the late game. He doesn't even need to win in the early. Prioritizes the Shredder. Did he rebuild the altar? He is now, which is on time. Lucifer attacking. The shop is being built. Militia preemptively called. Lucifer's still a ways away from level 3 Crypt Lord, but the Archmage has no mana right now, actually. Crypt Lord's still full mana himself. Needs, like, probably 5 peasant kills for level 3. There's the Water Elemental. Impale to go for a surround, but again, it's a little bit ambitious. Almost gets it. He has another shot at the Impale with the Staff of Teleportation, so... Well, maybe a dry surround. He does lock it in, and now the Staff would be canceled by the Impale, so TP actually forced. At the cost of only 1 ghoul, I think, in total there. During that whole surround attempt, is what I mean. And Lucifer, this all made space for the expansion to be unharassed, which is nice. I mean, if Starbuck had just gotten all of his forces together and attacked into that expo, he probably would have killed all the Acolytes. 2 Zeppelins, because he wanted to deny another Zeppelin. And now Starbuck has 2 Zeppelins. Was the staff on cooldown anyway? I see. Tier 2 is now done, so DK's on the way, but importantly, the shop has wanted negation. Oh my god, the Archmage is, okay, almost dead. That was scary. the shop finishes, it's going to be a lot easier for Lucifer right now. Careful, Archmage. There is an Impale. Level 3 Crypt Lord now. Will he go for Beetles? Does go for Impale. Level 2 Sapper. Impale. He didn't use it. Importantly, he clicked on the Archmage instead of clicking on the ground. If he clicked on the ground, it would have just burned it. But notice, yeah, he's actually impaling and clicking on the Archmage itself, so if the Archmage goes into the Zeppelin, he won't just waste his mana. It saved the second Zig. If both had died, I'd be very worried for Lucifer. Lucifer's already broken upkeep. Jesus. He should probably pull some ghouls and do an assertive attack on the Expo then, because he's built so many. He's got 11 ghouls still. He's got 4 fiends. Starbuck is going for Griffins, but Lucifer could do some serious damage. He really could. Does he have Wand of Negation? He's got Mana Pot, no Wand of Negation. Slight mistake there, I'd say. Yeah, 5th Fiend. If he goes tier 3 behind this, could be good. A little bit worried for Starbuck with this push. How is he going to hold? Of course, Lucifer is not going tier 3 just yet. But you can sometimes just win with this wacky tier 2 stuff. Hail lands well, but he's got no Wand of Negation for the water elementals. And the ghouls are fighting the footmen instead of sitting in the peasant line. One of them is in the peasant line. Hail lands again, but only on the Archmage? I think so. Burrow is done, which he does not successfully use to save the Fiend. Does unfortunately show that he has Burrow, so now Starbuck can be ready at the lab perhaps for the next Fiend kill. Lucifer is going tier 3 and building more Fiends. Burrow on the next Fiend doesn't dodge the bolt or get the coil off. Little sloppy there. Impale lands, hits both heroes. But the issue for Lucifer is he's killed some footmen, sure, but he hasn't stopped the mining at the expansion. And that's the big thing you want to do with this sort of aggression. Okay, what would be a huge mistake for the Undead would be if we see a second Slaughterhouse. He's got to go Banshees now. That's it.
A player's forces are under attack.
You cannot hope to go Destros and still win. It's Banshees or nothing else. Mana Stone was used, found and used. Web is available for the Zeppelin, so now the Mountain King might actually die. No, there's a staff available, okay. But already Griffins and Knights are on their way out. It's a lot of Fiends. And there's not a ton of Griffins just yet, so if caught out of position, Lucifer could kill the crucial first Griffins that have been built. The nice thing about having that Shredder, though, is you can call so many militia and you never have to worry about it because you always got the Shredder back at home making infinite lumber for you. Here comes the push towards the Expo. Just instantly TPing out. Oh, these ghouls actually stopped the mining entirely. It's trading TPs. Does Lucy have a statue on that push? Well, if he had a Wand of Negation, I think. A lot of Fiends. I mean, this is a good army if he has Banshees with them. Lich is on the way out, but he's just not building temples. You don't need to go double temple. You just get one and start getting the upgrades. And then eventually you add in a second one, and then you don't have to worry about the long, lengthy trainings for the Banshees. You just produce the actual units. But Lucifer is going to be fighting this army with tier 1 units. Good luck. That's all I have to say. He's got Fiends. He's got Headhunters. He's got Archers versus this. You know? we go. It is 9 Fiends with 1/1 upgrade soon. Lich with Orb is here.
The town is under siege.
Starbuck doesn't have a huge number of Griffins.
A player's forces are
Is there a chance? If there is one, this is it. Shuts down the mining for now. No TP to get out. And actually, Starbuck's giving up his expansion. Crystal Ball reveals. He gets Khadgars and Bone Chimes again, which Bone Chimes a little bit better than it was earlier on Turtle Rock, but that's the 3rd Khadgars Starbuck has gotten today with Human, with Archmage specifically. Expo dies to the Beetles. Nicely played from Lucifer. Runs back preemptively, lets the Beetles kill the Expo because he already scouted with the Crystal Ball. Is Lucifer winning? Am I just mega calling this wrong? He's winning with only Fiends? I have to point out again, though, but if he had gone for Banshees, which is a very low commitment to build 1 temple and start getting the upgrades, I mean, it would have been a free win by now. Just saying. If instead of, like, the 2nd attack upgrade, if the investment instead was a temple, you know? Still, let's see. Positioning is pretty bad. Impale lands on the heroes. Lich was not attacking with Orb for a while. 2 Fiends die for 1 Griffin. Is that a good trade? Sure. 3 Fiends have died. 2 Griffins have died. That 1 Fiend was living. That is 3 for 3 now, actually. 4th Fiend just about dies. That was a heal scroll. 5th Fiend dies. Staff out on 1 of the Griffins. But Lucifer, is he doing this? Kills a 4th Griffin. Burrows 1 of the Fiends. There's no detection. It feels like there was. Maybe there was dust used. Yes, there was dust used. Now Destros can be morphed because there's just simply no anti-air. Lucifer's traded pretty damn good, and let's not forget the expansion is dead for Starbuck. I think Lucifer did it with the wackiest, weirdest game I've seen in my life. Just built Fiends. And now it's down to Heroes versus Heroes, which Undead, you gotta say, is favored here. As long as the Destro's in the air to deal with the water elementals, Undead is in a strong position in this fight. Impale lands. Push from vulnerability maybe will be forced. Just build Fiends, guys. It's that simple. You beat Starbuck if you just build Fiends. I mean, if Starbuck had just TP'd back to his Expo, he would have saved it. But he did not. And the desperation play on the DK, but it's got a TP. Archmage, careful. There's not a Nova, but the Archmage dies anyway. And it's 1-1. He had no TP? Yeah, I know he had no TP. The mistake was not having a TP. 1-1. Just build Fiends. I did not think that was going to work, man. I did not at all. But we got a series all of a sudden. Concealed Hill is map 3. Well done to Lucifer. Very well done. It was really nice of him as well to like use a crystal ball to reveal the upper left red camp. And then leave the Beetles to finish the Expo, knowing that Starbuck had no TP and he was counterattacking. Left the Beetles so that he could get a head start to defend his own expansion, because Lucifer also didn't have a town portal there. So it was really, really nice play there. The tier 2 timing, I do like the getting a lot of early Fiends and pressuring at tier 2 once you have Mana Pots and a Death Knight and 1 negation. So a couple of really nice things from Lucifer. The only questionable thing was no Banshees ever, but it worked out. Game 3. Jumping right into it. In a second. And here we go. Bottom Bottom left, Cryptlord again. Why wouldn't you after that last game? This Lucifer in the upper right is Starbuck. Not oftentimes we see Starbuck, maybe not in the grand finals, but it's going to take a whole nother win from Lucifer. No unsummon?
The town is under siege.
Lucifer's actually creeping the turtle first, which is going to make it a lot easier to creep this Expo, but Starbuck, we see him prioritizing his own level 3, I think. Obviously, you can't really go for a super fast Expo on this map as human. As Undead, you can. Happy has shown that. You can go Goldmine first with 3 ghouls and creep the Expo. There's the 4th farm, so it will be an expansion. And Lucifer creeps the turtles to get a bunch of summons to make this easier. And you know what? This actually is kind of a clean build. Even though I do worry for the Goldmine being canceled in the future. He needed to defend the footman with the Nerubian anyway, so he wouldn't be able to build a gold mine really quickly because the lumber invested into the Nerubian, so for more than one reason, creeping one camp before the expansion makes a lot of sense for Lucifer, and for a ton of reasons, Starbuck getting level 3 here is going to help him out. And notice the footman. It's so, like, this is such a underrated play from Starbuck. So many human players would just throw the footman away, and then Undead's like, okay, I'm going to impale and I'm going to surround the footman, but Starbuck, the gold mine's canceled. You know why? Because he was aware that he needed to keep the footman secret, keep the footman safe, and then Staff of Teleportation, and the gold mine gets canceled. It's just, like, for some reason people don't do this, and Starbuck is showing us how it's done. But this is what you should do every time on Concealed Hill. Especially if the Undead is not a player that goes Goldmine first. Against Happy, this actually might not work. But against Lucifer, the way that Lucifer is playing, this works, and it's a really good play. Ghouls are split off, but there's 4 footmen to defend 4 ghouls. I think the math checks out. The Crippler does get level 3. Staff of Teleportation over himself. Tit for tat here. Level 2 Beetles. Starbuck is actually going to Town Portal home. Lucifer's in a better position here, I think, actually. As long as he can rebuild his gold mine, get that started, which he has the resources for. There's the Acolyte going across. It's pretty good for Lucifer. No way you can cancel this, right? No, I think it was a little ambitious to go for it. He runs away. Still has a lot of mana. There's the gold mine coming up again. Is Starbuck going to sneak another footman down there once the staff is off cooldown? Another 10 seconds, he gets staff down and cancel the gold mine. There's an impale, but staff is off cooldown, remember? He tried to go for the dry surround. Still, forcing that staff inefficiently would still be good, but worth that much mana? Probably not. Dude, there's no Arcane Tower still. Is Lucifer winning this series? He's in a great position. This gold mine, can it be canceled by footmen? Will Starbuck actually staff down there and leave his Archmage not defending the expansion? Okay, footmen might be able to do it on their own. Arcane Tower's being killed. Is also being killed. Gold mine will be canceled. Does he cancel it? Yes, he does. Cryptlord comes back in now. Still has some mana, and remember, the Arcane Tower was dead. Okay, Expo does finish. Well, it just barely finishes, and that's a huge deal for Starbuck. Archmage? Oh, he could have gotten it. He didn't have the Impale, though, actually, so it would have been fine. Always so many moving parts in this matchup. Footmen continue to be annoying up here. And what seemed to be a near win for Lucifer, Starbuck just barely finished the Town Hall. And now all of a sudden, Lucifer's the one pressured to get the gold mine finished, which is just going to be perpetually canceled. by those footmen. Starbuck nowhere near really teching just yet. But he's gonna hold this pressure soon enough and start stabilizing, and this hasn't been dealt with still. Lucifer should staff back home and deal with these footmen. Archmage is staffing in now too. Like, Lucifer has to come back with the Crippler. There's his staff, finally. And GG is called. That's 2-1 for Starbuck, goes into the grand finals. Now we go into Aspect versus HawK. Which is on game 2, but we'll jump into game 1. So there'll be no prediction for that reason. Alrighty. So Turtle Rock is map number 1, Human versus Night Elf. Other semifinal. And then we'll watch Starbuck versus the winner of this series. I'll pay out the prediction, but there's no prediction for this series because we're a full map behind, so cheaters exist, unfortunately. And I don't like giving cheaters a chance to cheat, okay? I don't like that. All right, here we go. Game 1. Aspect going for the new Ancient War position. So they put some land here and a couple of trees to eat so that you can actually Ancient War creep this camp. Similar on this side, there's an Ancient War positioning here on the new Turtle Rock. So this is just brand new, being able to creep this.
A player's forces are under attack.
And HawK goes for the double turtles. He's playing one base as well. And Aspect just power creeping. Honestly, I don't mind it. Like, if he just power creeps to level 3 and then maybe Staff of Teleportation into the base, who knows? What's up, Baked Foil? Who knows what could happen? This is also worth noting, a nice position to build a Tree of Life as well. Then maybe you walk it over here, you know what I mean? Or APs. It's just really good for Elf to have that little part of a piece of land. For many, many, many reasons. Well, 3 reasons. Maybe 4. Maybe even 5. The 4th could be if you're getting pressured in your main base, you can build 1 lore there, your Hunter's Hall there so it doesn't get canceled. Another one could be if you're going for an Archer all-in, you could build a shop there and then push your opponent's base, you know? It's really good for Elf. Because their buildings can move, that's why specifically Elf and not other races. Look at this Demon Hunter go. I like this start for Aspect. Look at his Demon Hunter. He bought a Circlet, found 2 more. I mean, the game's over, right? This is a Demon Hunter. It was at this less than 4 minutes in the game. Okay, he's losing some wisps. Don't care. Like, look at this Demon. Look at him. Look at him go. Keep an eye on this damage, okay? It's Immolation level 2 already. I mean, there's absolutely no chance you're winning on one base versus Demon Hunter. I'm sorry, HawK. There's absolutely no way. It's gotta drop a lot of items to heal up, but it's worth it. HawK is... Okay, there's a Fire Lord for Soul Burn, which makes sense to sort of cull the Demon Hunter slightly, but he's just going to get owned, man. Look, Demon Hunter doesn't even care. He's moving back his whole army. Okay, this Fire Lord's doing quite a good job. It's cool to see Fire Lord really finding its niche these days. Like when a Blade Master's too strong or a Demon Hunter's too strong, just go Fire Lord. Soulburn, undervalued for so many years, but look how good it is right here. All right, so nicely done. And the Moonwells are going to be slightly less healthy than they once were. And daytime's just around the corner. If only the Demon Hunter just let him attack things, you know what I'm saying? Thank you for the 3 months. JG Ski Wilk. How did I do? Appreciate that. Nice creeping from HawK to get level 3 Archmage. Well, he has a little bit of time. He's, of course, waiting for his casters. Also love the Sork first. Even though a Priest would be nice, just having an early Sork against this Demon Hunter is going to be so valuable. And also, you know, if they're over-aggressive, they never really expect you to have a Sork that early. They expect you to have, like, you know, a lot of the times even 2 Priests first. Yeah, so the Sork is the first caster you make off of a Sanctum. I'm a huge fan. I think Starbuck was actually the first player I saw do that. And single lore. Oh no, sorry, double lore. And shop coming up. Ancient War getting back into position. And thank you also, Jade Ski Wilk, for the gift sub to Leiku. Appreciate that. Very kind, very kind. So we're trying to creep. And the Demon Hunter is doing what he does best here. Greater Mana found, unfortunately not the best item. Wanted Potion of Vulnerability or Greater Heal in the #1 slot, but say okay. The experience is helpful as well. But here comes HawK and the Moonwells. Look at him. Not a lot of juice there, at least a bear's on the way. Ancient War caught before it's able to root. A few unfortunate things for Aspect. But I mean, he was the one that built the extra archers before moving the Ancient War. He was the one that decided to creep the Gargantuan. Nice detonate on the soul burn, but he doesn't have mana burn, so there's going to be more or less infinite soul burns as soon as it's off cooldown. Trying to kill the Fire Lord, but there's the next soul burn. What a great counter. Keep it in mind, everybody. Like, if he had gone for a Naga or a Blood Mage, this Demon Hunter would have just been on a rampage the whole time, but Fire Lord is able to deal with this hero. Look out, human players. This is the correct way to do things. The Sork first as well. No amount of items is going to allow Aspect to win this game. Just too well played from HawK. Thank you for the 100 bits as well, on top of the gift sub and the 3 months. Says, how are you, Carson? How's the music scene treating you these days? Oh, you know, it's all right. It's always all right, you know? I prefer you guys, you know? Detonates, desperately trying to hold. But there's just no real way, is there? Master Training at least is done now, but he soul burns the bear so he can kill it. That's another cool function. The GNL bear forced to remain due to the soul burn. Does get one rifleman kill. Demon Hunter anti-magic potion, that's nice. But everything is crumbling for Aspect, and that is 1-0 for HawK. And I called it at like the 3-minute mark that I thought it was over. Thank you for the 200 bits in total, and the gift sub and the resub. Gage Ski Willick, appreciate that. You're very good, though, with music. We'll appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, now we go on to Concealed Hill. Yeah, that definitely showcased the power of the Fire Lord, didn't it? If there's no mana burn as well, which Aspect doesn't tend to play mana burn. He always loves to prioritize high-level immolation. But if you have level 2 mana burn that early, you pick up a Fire Lord, it does 1 soul burn, then gets burnt, and all of a sudden you have a useless hero on your hands. But against pure immolation, it's just a hard counter. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? Gam for the rest. No, this series is already done. We can't gam before it. We can for the next series though. Once we get there. But yeah, this series was pretty much started at the same time as the other semifinals, so we are in the past right now. Oh, sorry for that. Sorry for that. Apologies. There we go. In the upper right here is HawK up 1-0. And in the bottom left, Mr. Aspect. Thank you for another gift sub to Dushkin. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Very generous. Just fast forwarding a little bit till heroes are out. Archmage versus Demon Hunter. See how the items roll this time. LDK also, thank you for the raid. How you doing? LDK streaming, but not playing the weekly cup. Unbelievable. We need more Orc players. We haven't seen a single Orc game yet, LDK. Not a single one. Can you believe it? And it's your fault. It's all your fault. Evasion first. Not going for immolation. Don't tell me he goes immolation now. No, he's definitely going to go mana burn, right? I mean, I think mana burn immolation probably the best, right? He goes pure immolation. Now he's going pure mana burn, I have to imagine. What about going both? Should I go the best skill in the game or the second best skill in the game? Okay, now he goes immolation. What was he saving the skill point for in the first place? Immolation just makes your first camp so much quicker. Can't help but question some of Soima's choices here. They had played against Lan and Poland, so I couldn't... Oh, very good, very good. How'd that go? HawK doing some split creeping for a very fast level 3. If he can get this camp and successfully militia creeps here, that'll be level 3.
Players' forces are under attack.
So we'll see how that works out. Soima, of course, could quickly steal away this with immolation. Could also get some last hits himself. So far, didn't get any. Archer gets ensnared again, but there's no dust. One footman goes down, and the Demon Hunter can just go to the fountain. Oh, did I call Aspect Soima? No, it is Aspect. I get them confused. I call them the same name. They're both Ukrainian Night Elf players that started playing around the same time and are around the same MMR. So I interchange their names. Yeah, multiple times? Yeah, I get them confused all the time. Well, not really confused. I just swap their names out for each other always. They're not the same player, though. In my head, they are. Kind of like Life and Kaho, a little bit, too, in my head, are the same player. Both Chinese Night Elf players around the same skill level. That started getting good at the same time. Archer dusted, but not so easily killed. Aspect going to try to sneak this camp in. But HawK is always here. He always, like, maybe he doesn't get a ton of kills, but he's always getting a lot of damage, which forces Moon Juice, which sets himself up for the future push, which, of course, he is going for, being on one base with a Blacksmith. And if the Moonwells are seriously hurt, you can grab a Naga at tier 2 and just continue the pressure. You could go for a Fire Lord again. That certainly worked out well in the first game.
A player's forces are under attack.
Aspect trying to save a lot of things at the same time. Detonate on one water elemental. And there's the Naga for Aspect, not for HawK just yet. His tier 2 is coming up in a second. But no, goes Fire Lord again. It's too good to resist going for the Fire Lord, isn't it? Soulburn right away. On the Naga, not on the Demon Hunter. Soulburn doesn't turn off Immolation, right? Just like Hex doesn't. It only stops you from turning it on and turning it off. And tier 3 should go for single lore. Single lore with shop, I feel like is the best way to play against one base. Double lore is sometimes greedy. IMO. Militia towards the shop just to get Fire Lord level 2 maybe for Incinerate, I have to imagine. Aspect goes for the surround on the Ogre Lord. Nicely done. Take a little bit of damage to do so, but definitely well worth it. Should be tanking on the Demon Hunter if possible. He could de-aggro, but does eventually get the kill, the level up, and the most useless item he could find, unfortunately. He's already got a better version of that. Oh, and the bolt on the Naga as well. Naga taking a lot of damage. And the lures aren't done yet. Looking for a greater heal. That's what we need. Creep Jack comes in. He's got Immolation on, which doesn't hurt the Golem. Oh, no, sorry, he has Cloak on. Never mind. He's not using Immolation. Now HawK is going to steal the consumable from Aspect. Ancient War also going to go down. He's using the Ancient War to help him creep for now. That's hilarious. He does kill it. Finds a greater mana, which actually is not bad. He's already got a single greater heal. Okay, Bears are on their way out. Shop is finishing. Tier 3, 10 seconds away. Is Adept training done for the Bears? It is. We do need some rejuves. Also, with that shop finishing, we can grab an orb on the Naga. Not an impossible hold for Aspect. But he needs to wait. He needs these Bears. He needs to heal up his heroes. Where's the orb? Sell the cloak, grab the orb on the Naga. There we go. You gotta let these Moonwells die, unfortunately. You could rebuild them here. And now second rejuve available. So far, textbook defense by Aspect. Just chill. Just sit here and wait. But he doesn't have mana burn, so it's, again, it's like infinite soul burns on the demon. However, are you going to engage? Anti-magic potion, I suppose. Master training for the Bears is going to finish. And Aspect with 3 Bears soon. Trying to bait that next soul burn. Now he's engaging in. Anti-magic potion, maybe. There it is to cancel the soul burn. And Immolation. Doing some good damage. Arcane Tower is already built by HawK. Naga gets level 2, at least Fork Lightning now on top of that orb damage. Going to be nice. Is there more bears coming out? Yeah, 4th bear on the way. Demon Hunter getting some kills. Gets a bunch of kills, actually. Pretty nicely done. The only question I have now is, will he be able to recover from the damage taken? Oh, Archmage. Forced into the greater heal. Naga now blocked by the peasants. Potion, maybe? Does get one. Nicely a micro there to save that Naga with the Moonwells at the last second. Need reinforcement bears. You always need to be building bears to keep on healing your heroes, but Aspect's pretty healthy. Just shows how much the Soulburn's been doing. The Demon Hunter just barely out-damaging the Archmage. No more Soulburns from HawK. One bear microed out. This one maybe Staff? No, it doesn't look like it was ready. Moonstone used. Need to build more bears, but the resources are scarce now. The there's just no rejuves left because he lost a sustainability here. Demon Hunter, one last stand for Aspect. Seemed good. He got those 3 kills with the DH, but he's probably out of potions. He's almost got one more bear. Detonate again on the slow. 8 seconds for the next bear. Don't know what that reveal was for. Crystal ball for some reason. And Rejuve now. Both heroes healed up. Demon Hunter unfortunately doesn't have any mana to really get the DPS. And he gets soul burned as soon as he gets into range. It actually did turn off the immolation, so that answers my question from earlier. Yeah, the second to last bear is going to die in a second. Demon Hunter, really not much left to do, and HawK gets 2-0 over Aspect. He's going to go to the finals against Starbuck, which is going to mean we actually get an Orc player today. Incredible. Let's try to Aspect. But, yeah, I think Mana Burn is just necessary against that, right? If not, you just get soul burned forever. Okay, Starbuck versus HawK is on game 1 on Turtle Rock. We'll do a prediction. We'll jump right into it. Finally an Orc player. Can you believe it, everybody? Who win best of 3? You guys 2 minutes. There's the prediction. And grand finals already in game 1. Here we go. In the 5:48 position, but it's 8:48 if you're on the East Coast position. Here's Starbuck, and then the upper spawn is HawK. Looking like standard Archmage. We'll see how many farms he techs with, and this is just straight up Farseer Headrunners. No grunt opener. You don't really need a grunt to creep this. And you don't need a grunt to creep this afterwards either if you want to get level 2, so you might as well do a standard amount of peons for your lumber and don't get that grunt that sometimes doesn't end up being very useful early on. We'll see if Starbuck ever creeps. So the issue with creeping on this map is because there's 2 spawns your opponent can be at, sometimes you creep and then you run across and you're like, oh damn, he's not there, then you have to run over here, and then by then he's like down here, and then he's level 3 and is in your base, and it all spirals out of control. So maybe Stray Harass is just a better play on this map, even though you do have these camps, which are very tempting to take. We'll see. Starbuck does like to creep, no doubt, in this matchup, which is definitely underrated against human. And yeah, he's going to scout both spawns immediately. He's trying to find them as quickly as possible. Why Starbuck Orc? I thought he was a human player. He doesn't like human mirror, just like Infi and TH, so he plays Orc against human. And Starbuck now knows everything. He knows where he spawned, and he knows where the Archmage is. Does not know the amount of farms, which is 2 with no tower just yet. No upgraded tower, so it is a quick tech.
Player's forces are under attack.
Which, when I see this, I think I should creep. We'll see what Starbuck decides to do. Probably will resummon the wolves and take this in a second. Water Elemental expires, but creeping will start. Wolves zoned out the Archmage. Farseer zoned out the Footman. And now probably he'll just keep creeping. Wouldn't be surprised if he crept all the way to level 3. Headhunter being annoying. Keep an eye on the Archmage's experience. Yeah, look how good this is for Starbuck. He got the Water Elemental, and HawK now is going to really struggle to creep this. And in the meantime, Starbuck is creeping himself. This is really, really good play from Starbuck. Because even though he doesn't stop this entirely, he slows it down by 10, 12 seconds easily. All while doing this himself. Starbuck cannot build his third burrow or his shop. I don't think HawK saw that because of the positioning of it. Orc players, that's why you build your burrows back, not in the front. Starbuck keeps on creeping. He'll probably just continue this trend. As if he can creep the shop, he will. It might be a bit tricky. Don't know what he's doing here. He's just going around to here. Okay, there we go. HawK continues to pressure. Starbuck's struggling a little bit to keep these alive. HawK may get 2 Headhunter kills. Starbuck actually going to come all the way back home now. 1 denied. This one, he's trying to save it. Seems like he will. This is pretty well done from Starbuck. If HawK had gotten both Headhunters, maybe this would be acceptable for him, but Starbuck, now he just keeps on creeping to level 3 and looking pretty damn good. TC second, Bestiary, and maybe Troll Regen, I wonder. Where'd that Headhunter go off to anyway? Did it die? Maybe he did get that Headhunter kill? I think it did die, right? I don't see it anywhere. So yeah, 2 Headhunters down. And the creeping continues. Shop only now being built. That just shows the aggression. Oh, no, there it is. And if I couldn't find it, HawK definitely couldn't find it. Try to creep up to level 3, but this is stealing experience away from the Mountain King in a way. But still having level 3 is going to be nice. I do wonder if he'll go for Water Elementals. Starbuck doesn't really go for Shamans a lot, but he is this time. Quite terrible items for Starbuck, but the TC will be tanky. Here's level 3 on the Farseer. Hoping for another ring for the TC. Sells the slippers, and he gets... I can't click on it. Circlet, that's nice. HawK, I think, was blind looking for... Like, there's a world in which Starbuck creeps this first with his TC and puts down a really early expansion. Would not be the craziest move, but still valuable for HawK to get this experience. Farseer getting some clarities, some salves. Finally heals up that Headhunter. Looks like we're just going to see a no expo game.
A player's forces are under attack.
Lots of creeping to be done. And HawK should have just crept this immediately. Maybe he will now. He's just going to push, actually. Probably aware that Starbuck has to be somewhere on this side of the map right now. What's up, Piazza? 1987. How's it going? Maybe the 20 months? Says no troll can hide from me. Shout out for finding the Headhunter. Master of hide and seek. Bolt dodge by the burrow. Starbuck gonna town portal back. HawK has to TP. He's gonna lose a rifleman if he doesn't TP right now. Oh, never mind. He actually gets into a position. Okay, 1 priest goes down. Maybe didn't need to. Speed scrolling in. And TP out now. Burrow does go down. Rifleman luckily gets into range first. Nice little play from HawK. If only that priest hadn't rallied in and died, it would have been a no unit lost burrow kill, not to mention all the delay on the economy. and the reposition into the side of the map that has more creeps available. But Starbuck did get 2 turtles? This is his 3rd turtle now, which is huge. And most likely he'll get the 4th as well. Greater heal, greater mana, and wand of mana stealing. Not gonna go for the red. This wouldn't even get him Mountain King level 3 though if he gets it. Probably will, unless Starbuck just blindly runs there. No, Starbuck gonna take the shop. Claws plus 12 is pretty good. Of course, the Archmage is mostly an auto attacker. He's went Aura level 2 even, so the claws are always nice to have.
A player's forces are under
The
attack.
Invis pot, not seen by HawK, who might be overzealous to chase down these headhunters. He's gonna get caught out by a massive stomp. Oh, it doesn't get better than that. It literally doesn't. Bolt does land and kills the Raider most likely. Clap as well. He's not going to kill the Raider? Gotta finish your food here. Next stomp is also huge. Lightning Shield as well. And TC has what, like 15, 16 stomps left with that greater mana? Purge on the MK. Potion of Vulnerability necessary. He's only level 2 though. I mean, this is just very, very difficult for HawK to win. Maybe a huge overextension from Starbuck, but he has so many consumables he can't really. Not gonna try to hold on, but losing map control at this stage in the game means this camp's probably gone, this camp's probably gone, this camp's probably gone, if Starbuck plays it correctly.
A player's forces are under attack.
But he's going back to a creep camp that's already stolen, so maybe HawK's gonna have a chance, at least in the creeping department, to get something done on the map. We'll see how much time Starbuck gives to him. Surprised there's no expo coming up yet. There's a crystal ball reveal. Or, oh no, he's actually got the arcane. I was like, there's no crystal ball in this map. What am I saying? He's got 2 sanctums and he's got the upgrade, which reveals the potential expansion.
A player's forces are under attack.
We're just cleaning up this bottom part of the map. Doesn't clean up the whole red, but Starbuck prioritizing going for an expansion over really creeping much more. Just going to allow HawK to get a Pendant of Energy and a Sobi Mask. It's really nice for a Bolt Clap Mountain King. Also, Rune Bracers is good as well. It's going to make him a little bit tankier in the fights. Still some valuable creep camps left, but once those are gone, we have what? The scraps here. Maybe scraps here. That's it. HawK wants the red. He doesn't want this consumable. He wants the red.
A player's forces are under attack.
Water Elemental, I think, saw. TC's not invisible this time. It's going to be tough for HawK to stop this from happening, but he might be able to get a good fight. Kodo out of position. Endurance Aura on the ground. Farseer has to use a Speed Scroll, but now he can't actually use the Speed Scroll efficiently to get out of here. There's no TP. Kodo's slowed. Raider is dead. Heal Scroll used. Is Starbuck just losing this fight? This does not look like a good fight at all. TC kind of controlled here, but he runs the Rifleman in. Rune Bracer's coming into play. Potion of Vulnerability needed. Drops the Pendant. Uses the Mana Pot. Bolt right after the Stomp, unfortunately. He's kind of just eating these Stomps. What was a good start of the fight is not great right now. Heal Scroll used. Potion of Vulnerability burned. That's all consumables used with that second charge of the Wand of Mana Stealing now. He's just down to the Greater Heal, sorry. He's got 1 left. Still, the damage is piling on. It was a good fight by HawK, and it's showing. Even though he ate those Stomps, even though Starbuck had more consumables, still, Starbuck's losing most of his army. Greater Heal gone. Mountain King invisible. He's about to have another clap. He's about to have another clap here in a second. No, he uses Bolt instead. And there's nothing to save the TC other than Purge. A little bit of a block there. And this is 1-0 for HawK. If he can, Bolt from the Fireball of the Archmage. With all that extra added damage. Gets the kill on the TC. Starbuck just wasn't ready for that creep jack, it seemed like. And then his inventory was full and he had to burn the speed scroll just to grab the item because his inventory was full. It was just messy. And it can't be messy in that sort of a positioning up against slow, up against a high-level Mountain King. You got to have everything pre-positioned, and now we're running around the map in circles trying to buy time, but the more time that's bought, the more mana this Mountain King's going to have. Damn, it seemed like Starbuck had full control of this game. Jesus. Just takes one sloppy fight at this skill level, and the game is lost. And now the Farseer bolted. He's going to be forced to buy a TP, but he buys a potion. Doesn't have the gold for a TP. He could sell Endurance Aura and buy a TP, but he's just dead. And that's 1-0. Yeah, there's no way. And again, Starbuck struggles in the Grand Finals. He lost last week to Che Miko in this matchup. And now he's down 1-0 to HawK. I mean, he will still, both these players, I think, will make it into the finals, but you still want to win the cup. Okay, that was Turtle Rock. Now we go into Concealed Hill for map 2. A much more standard map that these players are going to be used to. Turtle Rock is not a bad orc map, though. Make no mistake about it. That is a good orc map. All right, let's go game number 2. I like when HawK wins map number 1 because it means most likely we're going to have a full 3-map series. That's what we like to see because it's very surprising if Starbuck ever gets 2-0'd. So it's good for us. We get more games. Most likely. Unless Starbuck in the upper right going for a grunt opener. HawK in the bottom left. I mean, it could do the same stuff he did last game. But there is options on this map. For some reason on this map in particular, I guess heal fountains open things up. Archmage versus Farseer. It will be grunt into headhunters as expected. Obviously, you need the grunt to creep this camp first, so that's why he's going for a grunt. And HawK looks like the same build. He won't upgrade this tower, and he'll tech on quote-unquote 2 farms, but it's the cost of 3 farms. And then he'll have a very fast Mountain King. This can be countered by Starbuck pretty much exactly how Starbuck did it last game, but one bad fight. It's all it takes, man. One bad fight. You can do everything right and then have a bad engagement and you just lose. Sometimes the game is that simple. And last game definitely was. That's the thing about creeps. It forces you into a position when even if you're ahead, you can still lose. And actually, grunt opener into straight harass. But it's a means to an end. He's going to clear the lab, and then if there's no lab, he knows what HawK is doing, and he'll just start creeping himself. It's a cool little order of things. I like that idea. And if it was lab, you'd have the grunt, which is an extra unit to pressure the lab. It's a really good opener, actually. Nice idea. HawK got level 2, and then again goes for the aggressive play. He's expecting Starbuck to be doing the obvious creep camps. This is a little unorthodox to do first.
Are under attack.
Very similar to last game. Water Elemental. Gonna creep this in. If the footmen take too much damage here, they can go to the fountain at nighttime. HawK forcing the Farseer back. Could also cancel the shop and the third burrow. But more importantly, just forcing some inefficiencies on the side of the Orc. Hey, technically it worked last game. Starbuck just creeping. I think this is going to be a TP. I don't see a world in which Starbuck allows HawK to get out of his base like this. And he did. Okay. He went for the surround, but didn't quite do it. Water Elemental will give a little bit of experience. Footmen are healing up at the fountain, as suggested. And Archmage gives another shot at a surround. This one won't be let slip, but he does have Cloak. But Dust will be purchased. Gotta be careful, though, because Chain Lightning... Okay, he tried to secretly Dust if he could, but HawK was ready for it. HawK also creeping at the same time. Again, he's got the fountain, so he can do this. And even though it looks like he's taking a lot of damage, it's all good. He's got to heal everything up.
Forces are under attack.
And Starbuck wasted no time to continue creeping. He's going to go for an immediate expansion, actually. I really like that choice. That's a really cool idea. It feels like many players always think, I cannot build a Great Hall any earlier than Tier 2. But, like, he forces the TP, he's in a pretty strong position, he knows it's never going to get cancelled if he builds it this early, so, yeah, it's going to delay his Bestiary, and delays his TC by, like, 2 seconds, but now the Great Hall will never be cancelled. And, like, what is a Bestiary good for anyway? You're going to have a Raider a little bit earlier? It'll be fine, you'll have it in time. This is a great choice for Starbuck. Game-winning choice. I see not very many situations where he loses that Expo, but HawK... without a town portal, without a second hero yet, and with his first rifleman, into a second hero timing, which possibly could be Shadowhunter, just runs straight across the map again. Starbuck, did he heal up? A little bit. He TP's back. Like, this could be a Shadowhunter, and then the game is just over. It is a TC, but... HawK risking it, and it might just pay off, especially if he finds that Expo. He does lose his rifleman. Kills one headhunter. Another rifleman comes in. Oh, turns around in time. Expansion not found. Spirit Lodge now. Yeah, it was smart, and you're not wrong that it could be, but for the most part, like, everyone's known each other for such a long time, and most people are just playing it for fun, and the prize pool isn't that big, that it mostly self-regulates. If this was a tournament for, like, thousands of dollars, or, you know, if there were players that were known for being toxic or bending the rules as much as they can, then there would be a little bit more discussion, but for the most part, everyone's cool, everyone knows each other. It's all good. It's mostly how we run things. Now, King. It's a big bonus from the experience in that red camp. And look at that expansion. It's already finished. King level 2, Skull the Beast. Useful. Not easily dealt with at all in this matchup. Even with Shamans, you're not going to have the mana to deal with it, so it is a good item. Would you prefer a greater mana or a greater heal? Sure, but just makes that camp even more valuable, the fact that you can't really get a bad item. In the case of two players playing multiple races, you generally just get them to blind pick, but also that gets confusing too, because then you get into metagaming. It's kind of a bad situation when that happens, unfortunately. Becomes very toxic very quick.
Forces are under attack.
There's no fair way to do it, to be honest. And you just hope sort of the players self-regulate. And if the players don't, then it's like, okay, I'm going to make a decision that neither of you are happy with, and it's your fault, and that's kind of how it goes. But that's how adminning is. Nice timing from HawK. How does he know? I think he was going for more of like a cancel or a more standard rifle timing. But this expansion's been up for a while, but still, it just isn't held. Is this 2-0? How the hell do you hold? I mean, he's going to give up the expansion, right? I don't think he can win this fight. He's got a greater heal, push for vulnerability, and heal scroll. Will Starbuck take the fight? He's running out of time to take the fight. Bolt to delay the stomp. He's just going to kill it and TP out. TP immediately. Just really nice play from HawK. Really, really nice play. Saves both the priest with a little bit of micro there towards the end. Okay, the game is not over. But it's not going to be very easy for Starbuck from here. Killed those 2 peons because he actually built extra peons. Re-expands right away. And that was without level 3 Mountain King. Starbuck knows it as well. Starbuck knows if they actually fought normally, he would probably win. But up against the Scroll the Beast and the Militia, and with the expansion just finishing, he couldn't win that fight. But like now, without a Scroll, when he's still got the consumables, he's got the hero level advantage. Oh yeah, he can win a fight. But HawK should not give him the fight. HawK's in a great position if he just waits. But he is calling Militia. He's close enough to home that he's willing to fight with the Militia. No consumables for HawK, other than a town portal that he repurchased. Starbuck just trying to buy time for his expo. But it's going to be a while. Everyone knows it's going to be a while. PC bolted again. Sort comes in to get the slow right away. This is just good play from HawK. Chain Lightning. Let's go to Starbuck. Footman would be really annoying, but the tower already built. Starbuck just buys as much time as he can and then backs away before he, gets in a scary position without a speed scroll, by the way. He has no real way out. Similar to last game, really, at the red camp. Will go to HawK now. He gets Rune Bracers again. It's okay. A little bit of hit and run starting. Maybe a Zeppelin could be purchased. Did get an Invis Pot and a Town Portal. Presumably to take a fight, but the TP makes me a little bit worried. Invis means I want to engage with Stomp. TP means I want to hit and run. So I'm getting mixed signals here from Starbuck, but maybe a Zeppelin could buy him the amount of time that he needs. He's also getting reinforced defenses for the tower and for the burrows if the main base is hit. The only problem is he doesn't have a burrow at the expo, so if HawK just runs past the tower, kills all the peons, it's going to be pretty good for him. Ward here sees everything. It's so unfortunate, actually, for Starbuck there's a ward, because HawK just knows. Does Starbuck know that HawK knows, however? Positioning at the fountain. And again, he's got a TP, so he's just buying as much time as he can. Oh, never mind. He's TPing back immediately before he loses anything to the bolt. TP's back home. And Starbuck has already broken upkeep. He's got units waiting at home for him. Got double heal scroll. Starbuck should be prepared. I think he's bought the amount of time that he needed to win this fight, but it can all come down to micro. We saw that last game, 56 against 69.
A player's forces are under attack.
It's got a ward realizing, or as a witch doctor realizing that Invis is being used. Which HawK might not be ready for. And still, he's buying as much time as he possibly can. Why not wait for this extra grunt before fighting? There's the speed scroll in. Invis TC, and Stomp hits everything again. I mean, it would take a huge fumble here to not win in the base. With a level 4 TC now, Kodo. One of them died, the other one actually microed against pretty well. Clap is landing huge. I mean, HawK is doing a lot of good things. Instant Dispel on the Lightning Shield. Evades the next stomp pretty well. Wait a second. Is that double heal scroll used just yet? No. Only one heal scroll has been used now by Starbuck. Next clap is big. Next stomp also nice. Push and vulnerability going to be needed on both heroes, really. Invis used, TP burned. Maybe another clap. But how many units actually died for Starbuck? He only used one heal scroll. Looks like both players kept a lot alive. Worth saying that HawK will recover easier from the fight. AoE healing, Priest, Brilliance Aura. Starbuck needs to get to the fountain, pretty much. But this fountain hasn't been crapped. Heal scroll purchased again, and HawK realizes he can go right away. Can the creeps be aggroed? If so, this fight would be horrific for Starbuck. And realizing that, he gets out of there. It's almost daytime as well. Breaker positioning is pretty good. There's going to be a bolt in a second. Clap used. Actually uses the invul pot to try to preemptively dodge, but both players now invulnerable for a second. The clap is good. Oh, Starbuck, are you losing this fight? Look at the supply. It's dropping for the Orc. Clap again. Mana pot is still available for the Mountain King, and a heal scroll push and vulnerability is available for Starbuck, or for HawK rather. Bolt now on the TC. Starbuck, how's he not winning these fights? Feels like he should.
A player's forces are under
This feels like he did everything right this game, and still he's losing. Feels like he did everything right last game, and then he got caught out of position and just died. Someone tell me the mistakes from Starbuck. Is HawK just playing out of his mind? Has it been weak micro? What has it been? So all of a sudden, 62 versus 67, and no heal scroll for the Orc. Was it items? It can't have been items. Find me the mistakes, everybody. It's gotta be micro. HawK's just gotta be microing out of his mind. Does he have triple arcane tower? Oh my god, he is not allowing himself to be hit and run. He is not at all. Now the breaker wall is pretty damn good. Clap landing good. And he's going for the hero focus, the Hail Mary. If he can force a hero kill, he can hold his expo, and then he can win this game. But he's got no stomp on the TC any longer. This is 2-0. This is HawK winning. Kodo's trying to get a Devour. He gets back to the shop. He can get potions now. Bolt on the Kodo. One of them gets the Devour at least. TC comes in. Mana pot. Is there a shop here? Where'd you get the mana pot from? I'm not sure. And all the peons have been killed. The Expo has to be given up again. I don't think Starbuck has to call it, but he does have to give up the Expo again. That's all he's got. That's the only play. And the issue is he gives up the Expo. He's got to give up the Fountain Creep. When does it get better? It doesn't. It's just 2-0. HawK just wins. Starbuck loses 2 weeks in a row. Who would have thought? a world existed. HawK with the 2-0. Very well played to both players. I mean, again, like I said, it's hard to spot too many mistakes from Starbuck other than some micro errors, and HawK still wins. So you gotta say, very well played. And HawK will be qualified alongside Dice and Miko for the finals next week. Starbuck's got to have enough points as well. And then there'll be 2 other players, most likely, for next week's finals. Because that is it for today, everybody. Easy points? Yeah, right. Yeah, who predicted? Who predicted HawK? Because you get your points. All right, let's do straw poll. So this will be the map pool we're voting for right now for next week's finals. So this will be the big one. This is the big vote, everybody. I need you guys all to vote, okay? Very important. Okay, we currently have 5 maps in the pool: Concealed Hill, Northern Isles, Tidehunters, Boulder Vale, and Turtle Rock. I'm going to post a straw poll in the chat in which you guys can vote for 3 maps you want to remove from the poll, from the pool. Remove 1 L and add an O. And then I'm going to randomize 3 to be added in. Make sense? I hope so, because it's in the chat right now. Right now. And it's pinned. It's pinned at the top of the chat. And I'll show you it in a sec. There it is. Plunder Isles. I don't know if that's... I mean, maybe. If you vote, maybe Plunder Isles will be a map. Maybe, just maybe. And this, again, to reiterate, will be for the finals next week with Dice, with Miko, with HawK, with Starbuck, and 2 other players, which is probably going to be like Sonik and Lucifer or something like that. Maybe Aspect, maybe Soya. Maybe Death Note as well. This stream will be streaming on your main tonight. Not tonight, but tomorrow we'll begin the streamathon, okay? Tomorrow I will stream, and I will stream for the rest of the week. But not tonight. But it begins again tomorrow. Oh, I gotta update the score. 1 sec. No more leaning back in my chair, okay? It's time to get serious. What was that, Concealed Hill? Yeah, here we go. Was your main stream? It is. This. Twitch.tv/Carson. It's also literally my name, which I just typed in the chat with. You look like Anchorman, hell yeah. I'm Ron Burgundy. Or like 80s adult entertainer. What is that? Like race car driving or something? Like a globetrotter or something? Adult entertainer in the 80s. What is, yes, race car driving. Okay, I thought so. Yeah. A race car driver in the 80s if your mom was a race car. How about that? How about that, chat? Take that. 1 more minute to vote. And it looks like Concealed Hill, Turtle Rock, and Northern Isles are leading. Actually, there's a 3-way tie. What the hell? Speaking of your mom, three-way tie. Got you again. Oh my god, it just never ends for you guys, does it? Unbelievable. Oh yeah. So the straw poll linked at the top of the chat, I want you guys to click on it. I want you guys to put 3 votes in for 3 maps. You have 1 minute left to do. And like don't do a 3-way tie. Come on. 16 people. There we go. There's another vote. 17 people have voted. Come on, give me 18. Somebody break the tie. Somebody. Or I will flip a coin. And I will not show it on stream. It will not be good content. It'll be very matter of a fact. There was just a 4-way tie. That would be an unbelievable vile annihilation of the way we do things here, okay? There's very little time left for you guys to orchestrate a coup here, okay? There's very little time. Don't think you can do that to me. Because it's over! And there was no ties, except for all the 3 maps that are removed. Northern Isles, Boulder Vale, and Turtle Rock. That's it. It's done. You can't vote anymore. The poll is over. I hope you guys enjoyed that. You failed, though. You lose. You drank the fizzy lifting drink, whatever he says. What did he say? What's the whole quote? Somebody get me the quote. I'll need to keep it locked and loaded for next time, okay? Believe me. Next time we do this vote, next Sunday, I'll have the whole thing ready to go. Okay, there's the 3 maps removed. And now I'm going to... We saw some Turtle Rock, though, right? It's not, we're not, you know, we did see a decent amount of it. Shallowgrave, Autumn Leaves, Echo Isles, Springtime, Hammerfall, Last Refuge, and Goddamn Scrimmage. Those are our maps. So let's spin the wheel. And remember, this is for the finals. This is for next week. This is for all the marbles that we're playing this map pool. Will Starbuck play Orc? Will it only be Human Mirror the whole time? There's a lot of human players, right? I guess there's dice as well. That'll be fun to see. All right, spin number 1. What's up, Fingo? Hammerfall. I'd say a liked map at the higher level, right? Not a loved map, but a liked map. Echo Isles, I don't know how people feel about this. But we haven't seen it yet, so that's fun. It's cool that we get to see it. And the 3rd map, Springtime would be really good, but Last Refuge is okay, I suppose. Okay. Minus BV plus EI minus TR plus LR. Our map pool for next week is Concealed Hill, Hammerfall, Tidehunters, Echo Isles 2.0, and Last Refuge. Can you believe it? Actually, pretty good. It'll be good for the tournament. Got something for everybody, doesn't it? I just hope we have an undead player. I think Lucifer will qualify. I think so. Gonna send that over to Neo. I guess it doesn't really matter, though. I don't need to send it to him for next week. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for listening. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for supporting the stream. I appreciate you guys, and I'll be back next Sunday for the finals. I think that'll be the next time I'm back on this channel, most likely. I'll be back on my channel tomorrow. Regular schedule for my streams. Tomorrow, Monday, noon PST is generally when I start, probably around then. And I'll be streaming the whole damn week over on that channel. If you want to see the schedule for this channel, backtowarcraft.com. We'll bring you here, which there's nothing on the website. There's nothing. There's got to be something going on, though, right? There's some tournaments happening, isn't there? You can check this website, warcraft3.info, if you want to see. warcraft3.info. And this website shows you all the stuff that's going on. So like, oh, look, the Weethy Cup's happening. Oh, look, Mr. Winner's playing this tournament. New Year's Eve Cup. So that's probably will be casted. B Cup's going to be casted. So probably this will be streamed in, 12 12, 13 hours from now. B Cup will probably start on Thursday, and we'll probably cast all that. So there'll be stuff. You can always check Warcraft3.info and then assume that we're going to cast the bigger tournaments on there. If it's not on our website, if you want to see how you can support the stream, backtowarcraft.com/support will bring you to this page, which Neo already showed earlier, but I'll show you it again because why not? Patreon.com/backtowarcraft. You can give us a Twitch sub. You can give us a YouTube membership. It's like a Twitch sub, but on YouTube. Shout out to everybody watching over there. Shout out to everyone subscribing over on YouTube. I think are we approaching 100K subs on YouTube? Are we getting there? Are we getting there? How many do we have? 92.1K subs. We're so close. I mean, it probably 8K subs in Warcraft 3 content probably takes about 5 years. But come on. Get us to 100K over on YouTube. Direct donations, crypto donations, or merchandise. As always, thank you guys for watching. And I'll be back on this channel next week, on my channel tomorrow afternoon. Thanks, everybody. GG's. Bye.